gifted. And GW2 for the gifted sub on Twitch as well.
Those 3 trade deals we struck with
India,
there we go. The US, with our fellow Europeans, a signal to the world that Britain is back, that stability has returned. Is that Broken Britain conference?
Didn't you say that globalization had failed earlier?
Yeah, but this is good. That was bad globalization. This is good globalization. It's called national renewal. Ooh. Thank you, NYC guy with Bitty Bits, who says AI is vaporware. Oh.
Or our ironclad and never wavering support for the brave people of Ukraine, the yellow and blue flag flying on churches and village halls, the length and breadth of the country.
Well, that's the thing, right? I saw Robert Jenrick, old Bobby J, still occasionally popping up, trying to be the center of attention and failing miserably.
Ozempic Jenrick.
Yeah, indeed. Going on about how it's terrible all these Palestine flags away. We should only ever have the British flag. And then everyone reminded him that when he was in government, they had the Ukrainian flag flying from public buildings in the UK. And he literally said, and I'd forgotten he ever said this, but it's true. He said that they should have the Star of David at every port of entry in the UK.
Yes, he did.
Specifically to show that we had solidarity with Israel. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's different things. Different things. The Star David and the State of Israel. Two very different things.
Yeah, but you know. We should only ever have the British symbols, like, you know, Union Jack or something. Like, Bobby J, you failed so badly, you lost an election to Kevin Bad Enoch. Sort yourself out, lad.
Is that Broken Britain conference?
No, you can always tell security because they're facing the other way.
Like an IDF.
Yeah, exactly.
And then conference, there's Melanie. Melanie from Calderdale in West Yorkshire. She runs an organisation called Our Place. It's for carers and people cared for, or just people who are lonely, organising a couple of meetups a week. That doesn't sound like much, but for those people, it's everything. Is that Broken Britain?
Yes! People are so lonely, there are specific groups to make them less lonely. That is the sign of a disconnected society, Keith. Yes, actually. Like, charities are a fundamental flaw of a society. Don't get me wrong, people involved in charity are glorious people, but they shouldn't need to exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Or take Caitlin, down here, just 15 years old from Barnet. Now, Caitlin, like me, loves football, but there was no girls' team.
Does she get free tickets to the Arsenal boxes each week, Keith? No? Okay.
At her school, so she set one up, the first of its kind. And now conference, she plays for Camden Town Women, and that's nearly as good as Arsenal. She coaches as well at Potter's Bar Little Lionesses, just 15 years old. Is that Broken Britain?
What? I'm sorry, are you genuinely serious? In a country where people can't afford to either eat or heat, you're now saying because a 15-year-old set up a fucking football club, everything's fine?
I think it's the problem is that
he's a fucking idiot. He's an idiot. I'm sorry. There's no. This is so completely the opposite of reading the room.
Fundamentally, because when people say Broken Britain, they're not talking about the individual people being broken, right? It's a macro problem, you know. You can't just say these are my anecdotes I've got.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, those are anecdotes that are happening in spite of the brokenness.
Yeah, like there's. I'm sure there are great people doing great things. In fact, in hard times, people are often at their greatest. But like, we've got record food bank usage. That's a broken society.
Yep.
What about George here, who delivers food parcels in Telford with a smile? Debbie, who recycles school uniforms?
Well, that's another great point, which I hadn't even thought. What have these nice stories got to do with anything his government has done?
True.
These are not your achievements vicariously, Keith. That 15-year-old didn't get public money to do any of that. They just did it. The fact that there are food parcels that need delivering is a failure of your government.
For hard-up parents in Halifax. Isaac, who scrubbed off that racist graffiti in York. The people...
Okay, Keith, listen to yourself, right? There are food parcels that need delivering in Halifax. There is racist graffiti in wherever the fuck he said that was from, right? York, right? Those are two very, very clear symbols of a broken society. Just because there are people trying to tackle them, it doesn't change the fact that it is broken fundamentally to begin with.
They literally had to get to prove how definitely our country wasn't racist. They had literally had to try and find like someone who's actually not a racist from TikTok called Big John to go up and be on Newsnight to talk about how he was going to go to the Chinese restaurant and give them their custom to show solidarity with all the racism they've been receiving, right? Big John, legend, right? But I do think that having to launder the state of the nation via TikTokers through Newsnight as a vector to make up for all the racism we're having, I think that might not be a good sign.
No, that's bad, actually.
Who picked up the bricks and rubble in Southport. Alex, who raised money to rebuild the library...
Yeah, they picked up the bricks that had been chucked by people doing a race riot. Keith, that is a broken society. I'm a broken record right now, I suppose. But, like, it's just everything he's mentioning here is actually a very, very clear sign of a society in a lot of turmoil.
In this city that was burnt down by thugs last year. Is that Broken Britain conference?
Yes! They burnt down the fucking Citizens Advice Bureau because they were advising brown people. Yep. Yes, that is a fucked society.
Is this country of boundless creativity, of culture, history, music, art and sporting brilliance, of world-class educators, of fearless entrepreneurs, the grit of the Lionesses, the swagger of Oasis, the strength of the Red Roses, the beauty that stretches all the way from the south down to the Shetland Islands, a country that has weathered so many storms and never stopped building its future. Is that really Broken Conference, or can we renew it?
No, hang on. No, you are literally saying it needs renewal, which implies that it is broken.
Yeah, we wouldn't need renewal if it was fine.
And you know, it's perfectly fine to say that and just say, well, our job is to fix it, you know? Like, it's just very weird.
Well, that's the thing. In order to renew it, it must have been unnewed at some point. And unnew is just another word for broken.
Yeah.
Keith. Just saying. Why are you recording this? This is rubbish.
Conference.
I'm just reminded of that line about, yeah, boo me all you like. I've seen what you clap.
Thank you, conference. Because I'll tell you this, mere politics cannot break Britain Conference. It's not in its gift. And while you may not see them on social media, people like this, they are the real face of Britain. Painting a fence, running the raffle, cutting the half-time orange, or even that gentle knock on the door.
Sorry, I know I've seen this already. It's really funny. So about cutting the
half-time orange.
That well-known idiom, that well-known thing.
Oh, he's just a weird man. Again, he's learned to speak English on his trip from his home planet, because he knew he was going to be installed as the Prime Minister of a place called the United Kingdom, where they speak English. But he'd never actually spoken with anyone in English. And so he says things like, cut up halftime orange and I support flag. Like, technically, those are all really good words. They work together in a string to make a sentence. But no one has ever said these things before because they're mental.
That checks that your neighbour is all...
Actually, someone, a sentence that I didn't think would ever exist. Someone left a labubu on Marx's grave.
Did it?
That's not a sentence that should exist. And yet it does.
Right. That's real Britain, Conference. Millions of people, miles away from Westminster, giving up their time, taking responsibility, making their community better. And so, Conference, we will renew Britain with them. Because I've always said that people with skin in the game make the best decisions for their community. And so the money we invest in renewal, whether it's for youth clubs, peers, parks or chippies, we will give control, not to politicians, but to people, to those champions of national renewal. Because while I know nobody wants to hear this from a politician, the truth is we do all have a responsibility to change our country. There are limits to what the state can do on its own. In the end, we really...
It'd be nice if you tried, though. Yeah, there are limits, but you're not even trying. You've given up before the fight started.
We are all in it together. You will never...
He's rebooting fucking David Cameron now as well. Yeah. If he says hug a hoodie, I'm going to fucking explode, I swear.
Well, the thing is that they're expecting random people to essentially take up the role of the state themselves. It's literally David Cameron's Big Society.
Yeah, it's just the Big Society, yeah. It's exactly what it is.
Fucking hell.
From the politicians of grievance, the attraction of unity, that's something they will never understand. They will never hold out their hand, as I do now, to people who may see the world differently.
But whoa. So if you're a fascist, he holds his hand out to you. If you're on the left, you're a flea and need to be dealt with. The door is open, you can leave. Intriguing.
But put the progress of our country first. So if you are a patriot, whether you vote Labour or not, if you want to stand against grievance and renew Britain, then this is your fight too. Because even in a world this dangerous, I do think the politics of grievance is the biggest threat we face, because it attacks who we are, an attempt to turn us into a place where we look at our neighbours in our community, people who may or may not look different to us, and we no longer see them as fellow partners in the project of Britain.
Oh, this is such yank rubbish. The project of Britain. That's not a fucking thing. They do this like, oh, America's a great experiment in the human condition and public governance. Okay, that's a thing Americans.
The two that I've got left is
the project of Britain is not a thing. And stop trying to make it a thing.
I know, Ryan.
Fucking hell. Honest to God.
You alright, Kev?
Sorry to any Americans. I don't mean to be like rude or anything, but it's yank bollocks.
Tories, do you remember them? Conference.
You're stealing my lines.
I don't know if they believed in grievance politics. And maybe they do now.
I don't think
when you see them turning away from the rule of law. It is honestly hard to tell.
Okay, you're literally doing a genocide. You don't get to talk about the rule of law. You don't.
Well said, Kev.
Or indeed the Electoral Commission's rules on demonstrating funding, on announcing, on
you wouldn't. No, you've got,
it?
No, you've got to protect the billionaires that are funding us. We can't out those people. No, that's terrible.
UNO conference is that not once in 14 years did they ever properly stand up to it. But I will. I will fight with every breath I have. Fight for working people. Fight for the tolerant, decent, respectful Britain that I know. People say
Like, it's so annoying because some of the rhetoric here is nice, but like, this is the man who will ensure Nigel Farage becomes prime minister.
Literally, it's so sad.
Yeah, pathetic.
Sorry, England.
People say conference.
I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a person, other than maybe Liz Truss, I suppose, who was more out of their depth in any position ever.
Just so missing the mark. So the worst person at the worst time, right? Like, maybe Keir Starmer could have been the prime minister that would have been for the moment in like 1997 or some shit, you know?
Yeah, maybe, like, maybe, I guess, yeah.
Because I mean, all you need to do is just kind of keep the growing economy, maybe just distribute it a bit more because he's whatever. But like, what fundamentally is that we are in a time of huge, as I said, civil unrest. Country is in flux. There is divisive politics everywhere, and we want somebody who has a clear vision, who is able to kind of grip the neck of the country and kind of drag it towards some kind of end point. Maybe people may not agree, but at least there's a mandate, and at least there's a purpose and a direction. And literally, all we have is just technocracy.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the worst possible man at the worst possible time.
Yeah, literally. Like you said, the country is broken, and his big bit is it's not broken. That's your message. Not only are you out of your depth, you don't even realise how deep it is.
Can you give me
like, you're drowning and you don't know where the line is at all.
That a nation like ours can't be a community, but it's too diverse, too divided. I reject that.
Really? Because you said we were an island of strangers, my dude. So, like, what changed in the last 3 months?
That goes against everything I stand for, everything I've served.
You don't stand for anything. Probably for being poor Andy here, but you don't stand for anything.
Yeah, literally.
Everything I understand about this great country that I love. So no matter how many people tell me that it can't be done, I believe Britain can come together, that we can pursue a shared destination, that we can unite around a common good. That is my ambition, the purpose of this government. End decline, reform our public services, grow our economy from the grassroots, and with resolve, with respect, with a flag in our hands, we will renew this country.
Jesus Christ!
We can say with total
He's doing the bit with a flag in our hands. Oh God!
I wank with a flag in my hands.
My penis comes red, white, and.
A real or imagined cause for complaint, especially unfair treatment.
Fucking mind.
Fiction that Britain is built for all.
That's me.
Thank you, Conference.
Nikki.
Well, thank fuck for that. Jesus, that was 2.5 hours. That
was fucking awful. I was still 3 away. Annoying.
Yeah, me too.
Ah well.
Can't believe he didn't say Coalition of the Willing.
Yeah, that is a strange one because like he was sort of skirting. He skirted around populism as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think Renew needs to be the free space because that's clearly going to be his thing. He literally said, I don't think I've ever seen a thing before where the thing at the front, the kind of Chiron bit there, he literally said the words word for word. That's a strange one. Yeah.
Yeah, very true, very true. Right.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Fuck this.
Yeah, let me set up some Raiderinos.
Yeah, let's go. No offense, chat. I'm not sticking around. I was going to do the whole.
I am not going to do that. That would be rather. Oh my God. Right? That's fun. That goes into stream videos. Watch later is for serious, depressing, fuckwittery kind of crap. Stream videos is the bleach's declines. So something fun. So it can go in that one. Oh, yeah. Where's my YouTube? Okay, you sinless bastard. Behave. Okay, that was bleh. I think I'll give a few. I'll give a few minutes. Odd. We'll look to see if we can find. I don't know if he's spoken yet. We'll see if we can find Douglas Alexander or Annas. Oh, yeah. Since Scottish. So Annas Sarwar, Scottish Labour leader. His list. He doesn't have a constituency in Holyrood. His second in command does though. Jackie Bailey. Damn close to where I used to live in Cleveland, oddly enough. And Douglas Alexander, because he got booted by the legend that was Mary Black. And like all good Blairites, they all get a second chance because, fucking obviously, Lothian East over in Edinburgh. I would say a safe Labour seat, but there's no such thing now. We're living in a multipolar UK. That's why I'm so fucking terrified of Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. Oh, they went elsewhere. No problem. Get myself sorted. Right. Hello, Scribby. Will we get Annas or Enos out of the way first? Okay. Annas. Labour conference. How long? 15 minutes. Yep, is that one. Much later. Ugh. They're probably close to each other when they spoke. Like either who would have went off first? Douglas or Annas? We'll find out. Okay, he's one of the pictures, so he's probably there. Listening to paint dry. I think, is there anyone else that we've missed? Well, we've just covered Keith. I've done Pat McFadden. Holy fuck. Has Wes spoke yet? Technically health devolved, so I wouldn't need to worry as much. But hearing what Wes has to say, fuck it, let's see if we can find Wes. So I can just turn around and say, shut up, Wesley. Oh dear God. Okay. Uh, oh, he got to speak. Oh God.
Brave officers of the PSNI and the emergency services to keep people safe.
I come from a non-affiliated trade union, but I've been a Labour member for as long.
Uh, I will leave it there for a second. I will take the heat off. Give me a moment, please, my comrades. Biology. I will be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. 2 minutes. Oh, that would have been dangerous. Rejoice, your lass is back.
West Midlands Trains will be next. With truth. When it fails,
I come from a non-affiliated trade union, but I've been a Labour member for as long as I care to remember, certainly most, if not all, of my adult working life. And like millions of trade unionists, I see our place as being within a much broader movement. We have two wings, industrial and political.
No, you have one wing. You have a Politburo. You did just have uh, different facts, different wings. You don't now. It's all Blairite bastards. I've still got family members in the Labour Party. I'm trying, trust me. None of my close, but most of my close family members aren't Labour anymore. I'm not Labour anymore. I'm Scottish Greens. Put you there like that.
And we have two different jobs to do, but we will always be one Labour movement, steeped in our shared values of solidarity, collectivism and compassion.
No, you booted us. All the people who were like that, you've mostly got rid of us. Your leader literally said, there's the door, you can use it. We've fucking used it. Bye. I hope you get wrecked.
And we meet at a critical moment for our movement, for our country, for our movement, and for the working people that we represent. Conference, you know very well that Labour inherited 14 years of stagnant wages and physical transformation. Discrimination and so much more. And that's what we achieve when we work together.
Scribby, are you ready? I'm going to need people to try and decode what our Northern Ireland Northern Ireland secretary is saying. God, why can't you be more like your dad? Your dad was based. He gave up a peerage. I miss his dad.
And now is the time to write a new chapter in that collective story, to bring the country back together, to win the change working people crave. Conference, let's get to it. Solidarity.
Thank you.
wow, that's
Look at it. Look at it. Oh my God. Oh God, this is going to be fucking Torturous? Cancerous? Pick an adjective. Oi! Frame drop. We cool? Am I still here? Oh, there's it's there, and it's back. Are we cool? That cheers me up. Empty seats. Fucking love it. It's gonna be, how much do you think the tickets were? There was two options for me, 25 or 40. And that's for 3 days in Edinburgh. And obviously I don't need to get a B&B or a hotel or anything, because bus, I can get a coach from Glasgow through to Edinburgh every day for it. Because there's buses all the time. The M8's getting fixed, so I'm muted. Ah, motherfucker. Give me a second. Settings. Sound? Output. Output. Yeah. Oh, mother. Hoi hoi. Can you hear me now? Oh, wireless mouse needs charged. Hmm. Oh, wrong one. Ah, there we go. Oh, that's the one for these. Can you hear me? Oh, this is going to be a pain in the fucking arse. Output. Input. Yep. Yeah, it should be okay.
Got us all going this morning. Thank you very much. Conference, as I mentioned earlier this morning, we would be hearing from across the whole of the movement, so we now move to Northern Ireland. It's with personal great pleasure that I welcome to the lectern Hilary Benn, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Good morning, conference. I want to begin by thanking my great team, Matthew Patrick and my PPS Matt Rodder in the Commons, Ruth Anderson in the Lords, and Fleur Anderson for all that you did. We meet here today to reflect on what we have already achieved as a Labour government, but also to look to the future. Because in the years to come, people will look back on what we are doing with pride. They will know that in the most difficult of times, we chose the path of renewal, of change for the better. Now, conference, 3 months ago, I walked into a film studio.
What was your audition to take over the running of hell? I know we all know that will be here. You can command the armies of hell? Yeah, it's his dad spinning it at a great clip. I really do miss him. I fucking miss that man so much. I should put lots of, because that's a cleanse that we could do with, you know, like a few choice moments of him from either the Commons or just out on actual picket lines, because that man was a fucking legend. Your dad was a legend, you aren't. He looks old, doesn't he? What is he, in his 70s or something? Give me a minute. How old are you, Hillary? Oi. Mm. Oh, it's only one L. He's going to be 72. Well, technically it's Wednesday. Isn't it? Oh, spooky season is upon us. It is now October. So there we go. 26th of November, 1953. So he's only a few months older than my mum. She was born in 54. So he's going to be 72 next month. Fucking looks it.
There was this enormous bank of LED screens and an alpine scene, and a man with a button moved it about, and the sun rose and the sun set as the shadows fell across the snow-covered mountains. It was magical, but I wasn't in Hollywood, and I wasn't at Pinewood Studios. I was in Belfast, at the new Studio Ulster, the most advanced virtual production film facility in Europe, funded by the UK government, the Northern Ireland Executive, Belfast City Council, and other partners. It is a symbol of Belfast's physical transformation and of Northern Ireland's growing reputation as a major film and television location, from Game of Thrones.
Some of them got filmed here as well. Hillary, just saying. Don't get me wrong, vast majority of Game of Thrones was filmed in Northern Ireland and in other parts of Ireland. But they came over here as well, to Scotland. People seem to forget that. Why is it not letting me pin shit? Right. Time out. Oh, I like your about. I'm just looking at it to see if I can actually pin that comment. Epistemic injustice warrior. I like that. Why you not let me pin that, you bastard of a thing? Yeah. Carry on, Hillary.
Beauty and blue lights. This is the story of the new Northern Ireland, a place of possibility and innovation, which is so important to our shared future as a united kingdom.
No such thing should exist in Northern Ireland. And just my opinion, no such thing should exist. We have literally nicked part of a country. And they keep on saying colonialism and imperialism's dead. Nah, 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 nah. UK still exists.
The Northern Ireland of today is home to world-leading universities, cutting-edge AI and cyber firms, advanced manufacturers like Wrightbus, who are helping the transition to net zero, international fintech and data firms, a number of which announced hundreds of millions of pounds of investment just 2 weeks ago. And Northern Ireland is also playing a vital role in UK defence, not least with the return of shipbuilding to Belfast. 3 new vessels for the Royal Navy, thanks to Navantia's purchase of Harland and Wolff. And the deal announced by the Prime Minister earlier this year to supply Ukraine with more than 5,000 air defence missiles to help them repel the Russian invasion. Missiles made by Thales in Castlereagh. And all of this is underpinned by stability. The stability brought by the Good Friday Agreement, the stability of security, thanks to the huge efforts made by brave officers of the PSNI and the emergency services to keep people safe, as I saw in Ballymena, after the terrible racist disorder, and that's what it was, earlier this year. And
I've got very good friends of mine, Ballycastle. Keep on meaning to try and go over and visit. I suppose it would be easy for me. You know, maybe fly over, which I would try not to do. I don't know if the ferry over is any ecologically sound. But I've got friends over in Ballycastle. My sister's in-laws live in Ballycastle. Oh,
political stability that the Northern Ireland Executive has forged by getting on with the task. And I want to acknowledge the leadership of the First and Deputy First Minister and all the members of the Executive. You know, compulsory coalition isn't easy, but they are showing that they can deliver.
Compulsory coalition with the DUP isn't easy, but I bet if other more centrist or left-wing type parties over there would make it so much easier. Actually trying to work with the DUP or the TUV? No, the DUP are fucking lunatics. That area, the constituency that Ballycastle's part of, Paisley Jr. Ugh, I feel for them. At least he's not their MP anymore. I'm glad he's out of politics. I hope your dad's burning and all, fucking Junior. Hey, my stepdad, his mum, no longer with us, Letterkenny, and they've still got family in like Donegal Town, Letterkenny as well, and Agri. Sorry, Donegal. So he's got cousins, he's got family over in Donegal. I've been to Dublin and Belfast. I love Belfast. Belfast was fucking amazing. What did we do? We visited, we went to Stormont. My mum, we were over for the weekend, so we flew over on the Friday morning. We were there for all of the Friday, all of the Saturday, and all of the Sunday, and flew back on the Monday. I shit you not, because she was still working at this point, this was a while ago, she, she gave us £1,500 for those 3 days, essentially. Plus, we had my benefit and Super Hubby's pay because he was still working for Royal Mail at that point. Christ. So this was well before Brexit.
For Northern Ireland. And what is our Labour government doing to help? A record financial settlement over the next 3 years, the largest since devolution, funding Northern Ireland above its level of relative need. On top of this, £46 million a year of UK government funding to support local growth, £30 million announced last month for Northern Ireland's science and tech sectors, the investment that will come through our new defence industrial strategy, taking all steps necessary to strengthen Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market. And in May, following the trade deals with the United States of America and India, we reached a new agreement with...
I'm actually getting... This is dull. Let's see if I can find Wes. We can maybe get a little bit more animated. Are we bothered about Heidi, Alexander? It's Heidi, isn't it? Yep. Go away, Hillary. You're dull as fuck. Okay. We'll watch the short one. See what he says about Manfrog.
Hello, good afternoon. The Health Secretary has accused Nigel Farage of being a con artist and the snake oil salesman of British politics as he made his speech to the Labour Party conference in the last hour. Wes Streeting also laid out plans for the future of the NHS and fair pay for care workers. He becomes the latest government figure to criticise the reform leader over the last few days, warning of what he called poisonous.
Yeah, that's a neat trick, isn't it? There's ghoulish, clueless, and downright numbness. I don't know how do you describe it. It's just insomnia and well, not insomnia. It's sleep-inducing from Hilary Benn.
Post-truth politics.
Farage wants to replace the NHS with an insurance system. His vision for healthcare is a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. Well, it might be all right for Mr. Moneybags. We know he can afford it. But what about those who can't? We should know by now that man is a con artist, posing as the voice of the people whilst working for the interests of the powerful. We must win another fight too.
Damn. Am I going to have to agree with Wes? Fucking hell. You're correct, but I don't trust you either, Wesley. I'm glad I'm glad health has evolved. I really am. I get such me personally, Katie. I get such good care up here. It doesn't take that long for me to get a GP. I haven't been waiting long to see my specialists, especially my hematologist and my endocrinologist. Fucking mouthful that one. I haven't had to wait that long. I don't have to pay for these. The Gap one, by the way. Where are you going? You go there, Ella. Eh, eh, eh. She'd absolutely fucking wreck him.
Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists when Farage was defeated.
Oh, I did go ahead.
Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated.
Always hitting on a thing that actually involves me. Yeah. Well, that happened with Muppet, didn't it? But I don't know why the Canadians call him Elmo. I call him a Muppet. Get wrecked, Elon, you absolute fucking lunatic.
As the voice of the people, whilst working for the interests of the powerful, we must win another fight too. One against the poison of post-truth politics. At Reform's conference, a discredited doctor claimed that the COVID vaccine gave our royal family cancer. And this man wasn't just some fringe.
No. Don't get me wrong, I'm not defending the royal family here. I'm a Republican. Plus, you can't. People like whoever this nutter was, I don't know who he was, that spoke at the Reform conference. Not true, lunatic, whoever you are.
Figure. He's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in this, the 21st century.
I'll give you that. Resurgence of measles. Scary, isn't it?
When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling.
Well, our political correspondent Tamara Cohen is in Liverpool for us, and Tamara, perhaps not to be too surprised.
Oh, fucking hell! Am I going to have to write? Maybe if I type in the year, that might work. That work? Oh, fucking hell. This segment?
We have already achieved as a Labour government, but also to look to the future. Because in the years to come, people will look back on what we are doing with pride. They will know that in the most difficult of times, we chose the path of renewal, of change for the better. Now, conference, 3 months ago, I walked into a film studio. There was this enormous bank of LED screens and an alpine scene, and a man with a button moved it about, and the sun rose and the sun set as the shadows fell across the snow-covered mountains. It was magical, but I wasn't in Hollywood, and I wasn't at Pinewood Studios. I was in Belfast, at the new Studio Ulster, the most advanced virtual production film facility in Europe, funded by the UK government.
Please, conference, I humbly ask that you support this motion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates, for such passionate contributions.
I only recognise Wes there.
And I'm sorry that we couldn't include more speakers because of the time. So, moving on, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to speak to yourselves our Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeton.
Oh no. There we go. Shall we? Take it away, you wee troglodyte. Why are you doing this?
Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference. We stand on the shoulders of giants. What Bevan and Attlee did in the aftermath of war was an act of courage as well as conviction. Facing down their opponents in the Conservative establishment, they made a powerful choice founded on fairness, to create a national health service, to provide the people of our country with the care they need, not just the care they can afford.
Yay! Rejoice, comrades! Limey Redneck is in the YouTube chat. Hi, Limey. Look. Yeah. Sorry to inflict this bastard. Shut up, Wesley. That has got to be one of the best sound alerts on all of Twitch. I'm formulating what ones I might do. So I'd download the soundboard, like attach either chat. I'll be nicer. I won't charge bits for my sound alerts. I'll just charge channel points. So you just need to watch me long enough to get enough channel points to do shit. But what ones? I am open to suggestions. Or I make do clips and use my clips as my sound alerts. That might be quite fun. I will get back to you. I think the best ones, I think you're going to get the best ones from me for Jack and Victor. Yeah, Tosspot. I don't know who owns the rights to that. I should be able to use them as sound clips because they're technically they're the BBC. Oh, the best one's a video one though. You can guess what one it is. There's a garden on top of the block of flats, and you know exactly what one I'm talking about. I'm sure some of you will get it.
Promise that whoever you are, whatever your background, whatever your income, when you fall ill, you will never have to worry about the bill. I'm here today to defend that promise. And friends, we are in the fight of our lives, not just for the NHS or even for the survival of this government, but for everything we believe in. It is a battle.
Your Politburo, your upper echelons, your own leader, our own Prime Minister, you keep on shooting yourselves in the fucking foot. Fuck it, or taking a metaphorical knife to your nose. You're literally doing it to yourselves. 2 pints, you bobber. Oh, God. My sister's met him and her now wife. Ugh. There's not enough showers in the fucking world to get me clean after eating that.
Battle of progressives against reactionaries, patriotism versus nationalism, hope, not hate. Our country is being confronted.
That dig at us. You do know there's different types of nationalism, Wesley, don't you? There's just saying.
With choices about who we are and what we stand for. And nowhere do those choices come together more starkly than our National Health Service. The founding principles of the NHS are now contested for the first time in generations. Farage wants to replace the NHS with an insurance system. His vision for healthcare is a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. Well, it might be all right for Mr. Moneybags. We know he can afford it. But what about those who can't? We should know by now that man is a con artist, posing as the voice of the people whilst working for the interests of the powerful.
Private healthcare businesses donated to your campaign 512 votes, people. 512 votes, and we could have had Leanne Mohammed. Your majority isn't. Ilford North, please, why did you do this to us? This creature has no place in fucking politics, least of all in fucking charge of our NHS. So hopefully, with any luck, in 2029, Ilford North will see the error of its ways. I'm not sure, Leanne Mohammed, if you can hear me, darling, join the Greens. Join the Greens. Or stay independent if you want. But please go up against them again. You'll probably win this time.
And be in no doubt, it's not reform he's offering, it's retreat. He says we can't afford in this century the National Health Service we could afford in the last. Well, if that's the fight Farage wants, I say bring it on. So today I'm not here simply to defend a service, but to uphold our values. A publicly funded, public service, free at the point of use, back on its feet and fit for the future. Those are Labour's values, those are Britain's values, and this is a fight we will win.
Put more funding in. Doctors, nurses, other NHS workers shouldn't feel the need to go on strike. Pay them better. I have family members who work up here in the NHS, actual blood relatives. My mum worked in the NHS for over 40 fucking years. It is, isn't it? The best way we can actually deal with Farage and his threat to the NHS, just fund it better. Tax rich bastards like him more. Aha. Oh, yes. Oh, my wireless is charged. Before we restart, I'm probably wanted you. I'm always open to discussion about this, especially where the NHS is concerned, obviously being disabled and needing really good care and not needing to pay for my meds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 60, 59.40 a month I'd be paying. Basically, it's £9.90, isn't it, down there? I don't need to pay for my prescriptions, by the way. So I'm on HRT. You're on 9? That's 89 pounds and 10 pence. Oh, fucking hell. At one point, I was on 16 different meds, different types of medication, and no, I was on 6 different types of pills. So that's 6 separate medications. That was fucking ages ago when I was a wee lassie, though. So my mum didn't need to pay. Well, obviously, I was under 16. Mum didn't need to pay for me because the child. But up until my mid-20s, I was on 16 different 16 different things. 10 of them were medications, were pills, were, well, types of the tablets and pills and things. And the other ones were like gels and creams and stuff, and creams of an intimate nature that connected to being woman. Christ. It's on so much. So now I'm only on technically 3 different pills. So my omeprazole for my stomach, my pregabalin for my neuropathy, and other things to do with my nerves, and my apixaban, my blood thinner. I'm on HRT, which is a patch, which I've got here, and I'm on a pain patch, 12 fentanyl patch here. Plus I'm on a Crete or D3 because the bone reasons. Says it's chewable. Tastes like fucking chalk. For all intents and purposes, it is fucking chalk. I take this instead of, because fiery yellow orb. Sometimes doesn't. But thankfully, now that I'm back on my HRT, I'm starting to wean down the amount, the 2 D3 pills that I take a day, chewable tablet. That tastes like chalk.
But friends, we must win another fight too, one against the poison of post-truth politics. At Reform's conference, a discredited doctor claimed that the COVID vaccine gave our royal family cancer. And this man wasn't just some fringe figure, he's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax...
Not David Bull, is it? Doesn't he seem like something you would say? I remember him from back in the day. He used to be one of the regular panelists on Matthew Wright, not obviously Jeremy took over after Matthew Wright, but he was one of the regular ones that I used to see on the right stuff in the morning. Please tell me it wasn't David Bull here. Don't get me wrong, I knew he was a Tory, but he's still a doctor.
Lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in this, the 21st century. When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling. But it's not just the NHS he's coming for, it's the people who make the NHS. If you earn less than 60 grand a year and came from abroad, Farage wants you gone. The doctors, the porters, the nurses, the people who care for us in our hour of need and kept this country going when everything else stopped, tearing families apart, our friends, our neighbours. Last week, I received a letter from a consultant at Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. He spent the last 3 decades here caring for children, but now tells me that Reform's health policy is making him consider leaving our country. He wrote, "Please use your office to ensure that those who've made their lives here in good faith can continue to care for patients without fear." Fear. So, as our country's Health and Social Care Secretary, let me address him and his colleagues directly. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Farage says go home. We say you are home. I've got your back. We've got your back. And at the next election, we'll send Farage packing.
Put more money into the NHS, Wes. That's how you... Don't get me, speak out about them if you like. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm lucky it's better up here. But fund the NHS better. That might be an idea. Just saying. Fucking it, you're on some Tripton. Fuck. Innovate for like, no, oh, you're on one that's in the same class by a different mechanism. Mine's is lower down. Mine's is at the bottom of the stomach and in the pipe going out of the stomach. Because I was on NSAIDs as a child from the age of like 11, how long was I on it? There was crystals, undissolved crystals of indomethacin and dicloflex or diclofenac in my stomach. I woke up one night screaming, literally screaming. I woke him up and he called an ambulance and they done the endoscopy on me and they found crystals, undissolved crystals of indomethacin and dicloflex in my stomach and in the top part of my intestine. That was one of the worst pains I ever went through. That was fucking horrific. So the omeprazole basically it created a shield around this. My anaesthetologist was the head of my GP practice, and when I woke up after they'd done the endoscopy, I saw him standing over my bed. Dr. McGee, hi, you didn't need to come round and see me. Oh no, I was your anaesthetologist, Katie. What the fucking? And he was explaining to me how the kids we didn't want to aggravate it too much because if we do that and create a bigger break in the lining of the stomach, that's when you have to go in for more keyhole surgery or actually more open surgery to deal with that. Basically section off that part and do a gastric bypass. Not for any dietary reasons, but for NSAIDs being bastards. Oh dear God, man. Oh, Scribby. Yeah, that happens. My mum's noticed that she was a midwife. I know exactly what that's like. With the mum's permission, because my mum knew I was interested and she went to the mum, said, "Is it okay if I show my daughter how your how baby is?" Yeah, yeah, carry on. Yeah, if this can help future mums, yes. The mum was totally out of it. They'd toast her up to the eyeballs after the birth. The delivery was mental. God almighty. Yeah, you'll probably be stuck with. I'm assuming that because it's congenital, you were born with it, you're going to be very sick. My stepdad's on omeprazole because he's an old cunt. But yeah, you're going to be on Lanosa Pro for forever. I'm going to be on my omeprazole for forever. You know what? Half the time, my omeprazole gets made by an American pharma company, gets shipped in. The ones that we make the most here in Britain, opioids, you know, like your tramadols, your what else? Oddly enough, my other pain patch, this one, is split mostly between an American pharma company and two or three UK or European based ones. Basically, the license holders, two of them are British. Hang on. Oh no. The one I'm currently wearing is British made one. So I'll be on omeprazole for forever. You combat Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics by funding the NHS more. I suppose getting rid of NHS England was something kind of decent, I guess. They put it on. They put me on it because of the pain I was going through because of my joint and other autoimmune reasons. I was on a long. You're only meant to be on tramadol short term, no, like 18 months tops. I was on tramadol for 12 years. Yeah, it's very, very addictive. Obviously not as addictive as Oxy. Thanks, Purdue Pharma, you fucking drug-dealing bastards. Yeah, that's the problem with some of the ones in that class, like tramadol and stuff. My practice doesn't prescribe them anymore. They've got people who were on tramadol and other ones in the same class as it. We're all getting shifted over to better pain management, either pain management meds or changing your diet and things like that, and going to physio more instead of relying on these highly addictive opioids. It's a good thing for some patients, don't get me wrong. It's one of the best things that have ever happened to me, getting taken off the tramadol. And it was probably fucking up my stomach and my intestines as well. Yeah. My sister, my middle sister, can't take it. It literally zonks her or changes her brain chemistry. So they don't put her on it. Plus my younger sister, she doesn't really, she'd probably use Brufen for a headache or something. Most of her headaches are stress related because teenage boys and community nurse. So she just sticks to like the standard painkiller, glass of wine, or a G&T when she gets back from work. I could drink gin. I'm allergic to it. Both of them were happy when I got taken off the tramadol for my severe.
I think they might have heard that at Great Ormond Street Hospital. But here's the challenge we've got. Farage is counting on us to fail. He wants to say, well, if a Labour government can't deliver on the NHS, then it's time to do away with Labour and the NHS.
Don't frame it like that, Wes. You're playing into him. You're actually playing into what he's saying, giving him validity. Never, no, don't do that. Do not give Manfred validity, for the love of fucking God. You do it by improving services. You're the only one in the 4 nations now that charges for prescriptions. Everyone else has scrapped them. We were the first ones to do it. We were the first ones to get rid of the prescription charge. Ooh, enjoy your cat food, Harry. I love hedgehogs. They look cool and can roll away. Well, they ball themselves up here. But I think hedgehogs look cool. They're cute. They're a little spiky.
Well, I've got bad news for you, Nigel. Delivering on the NHS is what Labour governments do, and this Labour government is delivering the change we promised. We promised...
You're going to put more money in? You're going to get rid of the VAT? That might help. You're going to make the conditions and pay for doctors and nurses and physiotherapists and radiographers and lots of other different types of people who are clinical side. Going to make it better for them. Yeah, beds and corridors. You're going to try and fix that? No increasing capacity in the NHS? That might help. Bed blocking, not a thing. Fixing those things. Well, hopefully, well, obviously you can't fucking shut the bastard up. Getting rid of bed blocking. Literally in your, that's what you're meant to be doing, Wes. Tax rich cunts. Put money into the NHS.
We promised 2 million more appointments, we've delivered 5 million. We promised an extra 1,000 GPs, we've delivered 2,000. We promised to cut waiting lists and they're falling for the first time in 15 years. 6,500 more mental health workers, 7,000 more doctors, 13,000 more...
Still down from the Lansley reforms and what 14 years of the scum of rot on our NHS. We're still down on numbers, by the way, Wes. Well, we are. I think all 4 nations are down on the key clinicians, essentially doctors, nurses, and ours is getting a little bit better. Don't get me wrong. There's still a doctor and nurse shortage up here, but not as stark as in England and Wales. Funded better, more capacity. That might help shut the fucker up. I would have been going into this. I would have been working in the lab, tracking and actually isolating viruses in a lab in the NHS somewhere, probably, maybe. Depends who I got my PhD from, how I got funded, essentially. Hey.
Nurses and midwives, the cancer diagnosis standard met, GP satisfaction up, waiting times down. That is the difference a Labour government makes, and we're only just getting started. And if you want to see that difference, just look across England's borders. While we're investing in AI, robotic surgery, new digital devices and services, Scotland doesn't even have an NHS app. In Labour-led...
I don't think we need one. I don't know who their health spokesperson is up here. I don't think we need it.
England, waiting lists are down. In Labour-led Wales, waiting lists are down. But in SNP Scotland, waiting lists are up after 18 years of nationalist failure.
Pandemic. We're getting our waiting list fixed quicker than you as well, by the way. You seem to forget that. Oh, God. You do know that a lot of Scottish people work in the NHS. I've got actual family members who work in it. I speak to my sister on a weekly basis to see how she's doing and stuff. And I get her to tell me what are things like literally on the ground, because she's a community nurse. She drives around places. No, not many people know about my care. Scrubby being a font of knowledge. Hell yeah. Thank you, Scrubby. The reason I know about it, the sister. And I can talk to my GP about this as well when I go and see him.
Shameful. So whether it's English nationalism with Reform, Scottish nationalism with the SNP, or Welsh nationalism with Plaid.
Different types of nationalism, you disingenuous little cunts. They're centre left. Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics are right wingers. The SNP are centrists and leftists. And it's the same with Plaid. Different types of nationalism exist, Wesley. Do not equate us with Reform, you absolute bastard. I can't believe he said that. I bet that bastard's sitting down there grinning like a fucking lunatic. Anas, I really do hope you lose. I hope you get kicked off the list, and we're coming for your seat, Jackie. Ah. My constituency MSP is SNP. He's Bob Doris. He's alright, I guess.
We'll take them all on. With Anas in Scotland and Eluned in Wales, together we'll rebuild our NHS as a great British success story.
Just my opinion. I think Anas Sarwar is a fucking puppet. You think he's going to become First Minister? You're third, mate. You're third in the polls. You're looking to lose about 10 constituencies, which will do a hit on the list as well because of the way that the system works. You're third, and in some constituencies you're fourth. SNP are in the lead right now and getting a better majority. Obviously, Reform's a problem, but I exist. Ha ha ha.
But none of the progress we've made was inevitable. It's been hard won in the face of cynicism and timidity. Every major change has been met by a chorus of caution. Slow down. Don't rush into it. It's all too difficult. Tomorrow, we're reforming general practice, so patients can request appointments online at any point during the day.
Government, IT, system, anyone. That's went well in the past, hasn't it, Wes? Yeah. Yeah, us and well, technically I'm Scottish Green, so technically three. Obviously, DPU, the Green Party of England and Wales down there, Scottish Greens up here, plus Plaid and the SNP. We all despise him. for many different fucking reasons. Nigel, feel free to come back up to Scotland. You might bang into me. No violence, please, anyone, and don't waste milkshake. It is a crime to me, especially it's chocolate. Do not waste milkshake. Must admit, it does look fun when milkshake all over his fucking mug. But no violence. Talk to him if you can, if you see him about. Obviously, there's local elections in different places down in England and Wales, the Senate and Holyrood. It's going to be it's going to be fun. I'm going to be covering Holyrood. Christ, I'm probably going to try and fucking kill myself doing it, but sod it. I need to cover it. And it will be good. You'll get to see me losing my mind.
Many GPs already offer this service because they've changed with the times. Why shouldn't booking a GP appointment be as easy as booking a delivery, a taxi or a takeaway? And our policy comes alongside £1 billion of extra funding for general practice and 2,000 extra GPs.
I'll just use myself as an example because it's easier. Those apps, I'll just think of one. Just think of one in your head. The two main ones that get used here is Just Eat or Uber Eats. Don't get me wrong, I have seen delivery around Glasgow. You get charged for using them, and a portion of that leaves the UK because they're all owned by American companies. Those apps that we use to order this thing, to order, and my roast duck and mushroom, one of my favourite dishes, or my chicken jalfrezi and naan bread and chicken pakora. Those apps that you use, part of that money, the transaction in your delivery charge, part of that leaves the country, doesn't even get taxed here via Ireland, oddly enough. So if that's the kind of model and you're suggesting that that's what millions of people do that across the UK, don't get me wrong, we all order over these apps to make it easier. I have the Domino's app because I'm addicted to pizza. But at least that still stays in the UK, I believe. Most of it stays in the UK. Is that the model you'd want to bring in for this? So the NHS would get charged if free at the point of use, you said. I'm doubtful. So you'd bring that sort of model in to call up your GP, to book an appointment, or to do a video call. Diagnosing some things over a video call, kind of difficult. If you hadn't noticed, patients don't tend to be doctors. Most patients don't tend to be nurses either. Funny that, lack of doctors and nurses. Would the NHS be getting charged for this? You would still need to see the GP, actually IRL. We've got an automatic booking system for our GP now. You call it, it's just an actual switchboard, you call it up, you see what your issue is, what GP you'd prefer. Obviously, you can't always you can get a sooner one with a different GP, but I mostly get my GP, oddly enough. So you call it, they call you back a few hours later saying we have blah, 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 blah. And the nearest one is usually not the one that you wanted to see, but I'm lucky. I get to see my one. I'm on a priority list for some reason. You think I'm ill or something. That's good enough. And my practice, the one I'm part of, is one of the largest in Glasgow. It's got thousands of patients, and I still managed to get to see my GP within 4 days. 4 days. The quickest I've managed to see my GP for different reasons in the past. Same day. So I called up in the morning. Oh, there's been a cancellation with my actual GP. Can you come in later on? Yes. So literally the same day to go down to the office and to practice and see GP. It's brilliant. So that system works. That's been in place since the pandemic. They were doing it anyway. They were creating it for us to make it easier for patients like me who have mobility issues. That works. We don't need to be bringing AI just to book an appointment to see your doctor. Ways. Beholden to big pharma, is he? Beholden to healthcare, private healthcare. Yeah, I would suggest to implement the system that I've got for my practice. It fucking works. We've had it for 6 years now. I've had it for patients like me. Have had this for 6 years, and to the wider practice, they basically they speeded it up for the pandemic, so everyone can call in. It's easier when it's obviously you have to shelter in place if you suspect you've got it or you've got a positive COVID test, and you describe to your GP over a video call. Oh yeah, you look bad, and the thermometer, usually inner ear ones, because they all got reduced in price. Brief description of how bad the COVID, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. Said yes, and positive COVID test. You look positive COVID test. Try to shelter yourself away from your family if you live with other people in the household, and we will call you in a week or 10 days, depending on how bad the symptoms were. I didn't have any symptoms. I had it 3 times asymptomatic. So I was literally spreading it, not knowing. Sorry, anyone actually got COVID off of me before I realised. Oops. That call system fucking works, and it's a hell of an easier than this AI thing that you're thinking of implementing. Who would know? Who would be able to talk about that and tell us what he wants to do with this?
Ps.
Yet
the BMA threatens to oppose it in 2025. Well, I'll give you this warning. If we give in to the forces of conservatism, they will turn the NHS into a museum of 20th century healthcare. We will always stand up for the interests of patients, and we won't back down. Now, it's true, we had a dire inheritance at the last general election, the worst since 1945, a broken economy, broken public services, and broken trust in politics itself. But we have an even more powerful inheritance in our party: hope, optimism, courage. It's how the 1945 generation remade Britain after the war. And the test of our generation is to show that same courage, to prove that Britain is still capable of doing big things, giving people hope again. We're not here to manage decline, and my ambition isn't just to recover the NHS, but to rebuild it, to meet the challenges of the 21st century. So let me tell you what our 10-year plan for health means. It means giving patients more power and more choice and more convenience, not just for the many, but not for the many, not just for the many, not just the privileged few.
Stop nicking shit from your former party leader, who you fucking cooed, you little snake. Unfucking believable. You are a scumbag. You literally got rid of the the person who came up with that one. You stabbed him in the back like the snake you are. Do not use his catches, what his phrases and what he was doing and how he would have made the country better for us all. No, 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 no. So fuck you. You could that man with the rest of your playwright buddies. So no, fuck off, you bastard. Haha. Ta-da! Oh, I'm not fully back yet. I'm molting everywhere. Ah, see how he fumbled over it? It's, mm.
Down. Now, it's true, we had a dire inheritance at the last general election, the worst since 1945. A broken economy, broken public services, and broken trust in politics itself. But we have an even more powerful inheritance in our party. Hope, optimism, courage. It's how the 1945 generation remade Britain after the war. And the test of our generation is to show that same courage, to prove that Britain is still capable of doing big things, giving people hope again. We're not here to manage decline, and my ambition isn't just to recover the NHS, but to rebuild it, to meet the challenges of the 21st century. So let me tell you what our 10-year plan for health means. It means giving patients more power and more choice and more convenience, not just for the many, but not for the many, not just for the many, not just the privileged few. Got it then.
Must resist urge to bring up former leader. What did you not like saying that? Wesley? Is it a bit too trot-like for your sensibilities? Must admit that was funny watching him trying to get that out. Did that feel wrong to you, Wes? Oh, poor Diddums. God, look at the face.
It means putting the power of AI and data in the hands of NHS staff to bring our health service.
Oh, I don't want AI in the NHS. I really don't. Don't get me wrong. There's brilliant medical advancements, lots of different types of tech that you can be bringing in to use in the NHS. AI isn't one of them. We don't need AI. Fuck it, let businesses use it if they like. We don't need to be bringing it into the NHS. If anyone can help me, or maybe recommend a video for it, because I have no idea how they would what things they'd be wanting to do. Other like obviously WebMD is a thing and people use it all the time. What you think people won't abuse this, won't come up with mad fucking ideas using AI to say, what could I have? That is deeply dangerous. People who aren't medically trained shouldn't be using it like that, which is an inherent problem with using tech of that nature in healthcare systems.
Into the digital age. It means the NHS as a neighbourhood health service as much as a national health service, ending the 8 a.m. scramble with neighbourhood health centres open in the evenings and at weekends, offering face-to-face care to people, not just when they need it, but where they need it. It means early diagnosis and prevention. And modernisation isn't a betrayal of Bevan's legacy, it is its fulfilment. Because as the great man himself said, the NHS must always be changing, improving. And the truth is this, the next 10 years won't just bring a decade's worth of change in healthcare, it will bring centuries worth. Medicine is being transformed before our eyes. We now have genetic tests that can predict a child.
Good point, Scrubby. Very, very good question. I think we'd get a nice answer from this fucking. I want to say Muppet because he has no medical training. He's never worked in the NHS. At least my sister had a biochem and biomed degree. I have one in that area as well, oddly enough. So does my mum and my other sister. She's going for her prescribing powers. Good luck, little sister. But how can you two do the math for this? Because we've done the hires. And I'd done an access program before I actually started my degree 23 years ago. Yeah. I had to do calculus at summer school. And like fucking equation, good. To be able to do inorganic chemistry, you have to be really good at maths. Physics, oddly enough.
Child's risk of illness before they ever fall sick. We're on the brink of vaccines that could one day cure cancer. Weight loss jabs could help us finally defeat obesity. And this isn't just
Our medicine's regulatory body don't let that happen. That was Ozempic he's mentioning there. They're not allowed to do off-brand like they do in the States. You have to have a valid diagnosis to be prescribed blah medicine. Is it nice? I can't remember what it's called. They don't allow that to happen. You have to go and buy it yourself. Price knows how much. Give me a minute. Ah. Diluting lemon, everyone. You do not need much of it because it is strong as quadruple concentrate. Ah, what the fuck? Go on, you bastard. Thank you. Oh, whoops. Oh dear. Yeah, it's Ozempic. That's for, I can't remember. I'm sure I'm right. It's for type 1, so that's people born with diabetes that get put on that. Ah, go on, you bastard. That's better. There we go.
Just a medical revolution. It's an industrial revolution, a technological revolution, one that will shape the next century of jobs, industry, and public health. And governments across the world face a choice. It's not a choice between stop and go. Change is coming whether we like it or not. No, the real choice is this. Will this be a revolution for the few or for the many? Take just one example today, weight loss jabs. The wealthy talk about how they've transformed their health, their confidence, their quality of life. Half the House of Commons tea room talk about the impact they've had. Not in my case. But seriously, what about the millions who can't afford them? This is a return to the days when health was determined by wealth, when some had access to the best care money can buy.
Still is. Harley Street's a thing. Just saying. Lots of UK citizens get cosmetic surgery. That these things happen, Wes. You would know that if you're paying if you were paying better attention to your actual job, not trying to be funny. People can already pay to get better health care here in the UK. Obviously, it's doctors and nurses who are moonlighting in that sector. They still work in the NHS. Most of them are good. These things already happen. Just saying. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if most of them in the fucking cabinet have went private for blah thing, be it weight loss, be it surgery of some description. Nose job? BBL, maybe? What ones do we think's had a BBL? Going on Ozempic, for instance.
While others waited and suffered. And I say never again, because our historic duty and our modern mission is to ensure that the best science, the best healthcare, the best innovations are available, not just to some, but to all. So we will make the UK the home of the next generation of medical breakthroughs, discovered here, developed here and delivered here on the NHS. Science is changing society, and we've got to change with it. Because when the NHS was founded, the average working person lived to just 65. They worked, they retired.
Oh, Scribby, I love you. I was going to check something there. Oh God. The average life expectancy of this great constituency that I currently sit in. Look, I was going to say I better not tell Super Hubby, but fuck it, his dad's still alive. His actual retirement age, that's 68. So people in this, men in this constituency, it's fucking hell. It's 73 to 74 for Muggins here. But if I was to go on where I was born and brought up, and under the socio-economic conditions of for me being a wee lassie until I moved down to Clydebank, 78. My mum's keeping up on that, actually. Other than my granddad, my mum's dad, who died when I was 3 months old, all three, the other three grandparents, all lived into their 80s. So they had the best part of 20 years with their state pension and the couple of private a couple of private ones for my dad's dad. My granny worked for BT. She worked on the switchboard up until the 70s, just before I was born, actually. I think she stopped 18 months before I was born, so that would have been 77. So she could help out looking after me when I was born. I'm my grand's eldest, by the way. I'm my mum's middle child, one right in the middle grandchild. No one at all born in the same year as me. I am unique. No, not on my dad's side of the family either, actually. There's only, in both sides of the family, there was only me born in that 1 year. So the average life expectancy for Springburn is dog shit. Perth's a little bit better, thanks God for that one. But the average life expectancy for men here in the north of Glasgow, crap. 80 for men and 83 for women. That's not bad for Sussex. I was expecting it to be somewhere around there for like the southeast and stuff. But inner city, former industrial, heartland, blah blah blah, major metropolitan, largest city in Scotland, certain parts of it completely fucking deprived. Lack of investment for fucking decades because Labour fucking forgot we existed. Fun. Most left-wing constituency as of the last general election, apparently, and we still fucking voted a Labour MP in. I was literally crying to some of my friends around me in this part of Springburn. Don't trust them. They don't know, they'll be better now. And we have to get rid of the Tories. We don't vote Tory here in Glasgow. And we got neglected. Now it's worse, they're actively targeting areas of Glasgow. God, I hate them so much. Why didn't you listen to me, Springburn? Fuck. And it's got worse again. They're like freaking amazing. I hate having to say, I told you so. But I fucking told you so. With any luck, in May, we'll make sure we'll keep. I don't know if Bob's running again. Probably is. But I fucking told yous. You vote the bastards back in, then they'll either actively target us with dog shit fucking legislation or just what happened for fucking decades. They don't realise we fucking exist and the place will go to rack and ruin again. But they're actively targeting deprived communities now with some of this legislation. Delightful. Highest welfare recipient area in Glasgow, Springburn. It's just going to get fucking worse under them with now that ghoul, that absolute fucking monster in Caxton House. I'll say again, I'm glad my benefit, mine personally, is overseen by Holyrood. Our joint claim for universal credit isn't. I do not trust Pat McFadden as far as I could fucking spit.
And they died shortly after. But today, many of us can now look forward to something our grandparents only ever dreamed of: a life after work. The same is true for so many disabled people.
I won't lose my rag. I will try not to lose my rag. Now, if you say something particularly egregious, you might actually hear me. That all the way down there in Liverpool ways, you might actually hear me fucking yelling.
Surviving with conditions that would have cut their lives short, thanks to breakthroughs in medical science that allows them to not only survive, but to thrive. But friends, that hope demands action. Because if we want to match longer lives with better lives, then we must build a social care system to meet their needs.
I don't trust you.
We've already begun to make that change. We've delivered the biggest uplift in carers allowance since the 1970s, an extra £2,000 for family carers because their work is not just loving, it is life-saving.
What you really should be doing, especially with my super hubby, he is called that for a fucking reason, actually paying him to look after this. You give him a little bit of money, which is, in the scheme of things, fucking nothing. And with that absolute fucking demon in charge now, there is disability supplements put into our universal credit payment for him to take care of this and make the household better for me. Get wrist supports and walking sticks and things of that nature. Handholds for the bath and shower. An actual shower chair by suction into the actual bath. Getting better cutlery for me because my fingers are fucked. Things of that nature. You give them a little bit of money, not enough in my opinion, to actually make this household, this flat, Katie-proof. Or Katie assistive. Let's put it that way. That's a little bit better description, actually. So, I think your buddy, Pat, is going to come after that money that Super Hubby gets to provide all that stuff for me. I'm glad I've got the stuff that I have already. And if I can't get it with like supports and other things that I use on myself, I will have to go to the housing who have less money and get them to get bars and, well, they've actually just fixed the kitchen and stuff, so it's looking a lot better. He does most of the cooking anyway. But to make this a helpful house for me, so I can, well, I still need to help get washed. I go to the housing, but as it stands, I can actually get the stuff myself. I send him out to get this. We don't get ones that you have to screw in because this isn't our property. This is the Housing Association's property. So we get ones that are either suctioned on, or you put these sort of little bracket things and you lock them in place like that. So we need that money to buy me Brofen gel for my back and hips, wrist supports, knee braces, things of that nature. But if that girl comes after that money, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. Some of the stuff that I would want for the household are fucking expensive. So between you not giving the correct support, the correct medical support in the NHS for Katie in Sussex or Katie in Birmingham, or fuck it, Katie in Manchester, so places where all my lovely friends are. Or Katie in Bradford, having a rare old time with John the Brazen. If we don't get that money to support me, Better as well. Be an actual detriment to my life. And clumsy as fuck. All of the bones, I repeat, all of them in both my feet, broken at least once. My big toe and the toe next to it, on both my feet, they're into double-digit breaks. The remodelling on my big toe, on my right foot, holy fuck, what a mess. I've broken my callus 3 times now.
We've installed new home adaptations in the homes of more than 15,000 disabled people. Not just giving them new rails and chairlifts, accessible kitchens and bathrooms, but safety, dignity, independence, quality of life. And today, I can announce we will go further. because we will no longer accept a system built on poverty pay and zero-hour insecurity. We will back the first ever fair pay agreement for care workers, not just in law but in practice, starting with £500 million to deliver better pay, terms and conditions for care workers across our country, because the people who care for our loved ones should never have to struggle to care for their own.
Give Super Hubby the minimum wage and don't fucking tax it either. I will be losing you off my YouTube chat for a couple of seconds. Where is it? There, it's there. Libby, are you here? Amount of hours a week would you say? Technically, it's 24 hours a day that he looks after me, and I don't think they'd be doing. What's the average hours? Was it 37 or something a week? Maybe 40. Let's go with the 37. So 37 hours a week at the national living wage. 451. 451. I know. Times like that before 1870. 1807. 112. Just under 22. So it's paying tax and national insurance on 8 grand. 8200. Okay, 158. 1040 and half again. He'd be losing about for like his tax and national insurance if they were to do that, like actually giving him the national living wage, which is £12.21 an hour at 37 hours a week, £451 a week. Like, no, that's what they should be doing. That's what they should be paying family carers, like husbands, wives, partners, sons, daughters, blah blah blah, whatever. They really should be giving them an actual wage for looking after this and taking care of a household as well. Why are you clapping?
And conference, let's also be clear about how this change has come about. They're sat down there, Unison and GMB, who stood up for care workers when no one else would. Friends, you can go back to your members and tell them with pride, this is a difference that Labour unions in government make. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And there's someone else who's made a real difference too, who understands the struggle care workers face because she was one. She brought that experience to the cabinet table as the care worker who became our country's Deputy Prime Minister. And
I thought Angela was verboten. Don't get me wrong, she was probably one of the most human of all of yous.
Angela Rayner, this achievement is yours. Thank you.
Oh my God.
And we want her back as well.
Oh, I think your pal Morgan might have something to say about that. Just saying. Oh my God. I please bring back Ange. Oh well.
We'll definitely make sure she sees that. We need her back. In conference, I say this to you.
I bet she would say that to his fucking face, which would be endlessly delightful, just seeing her going up to him and calling him a fucking snivelling little cunt. Oh God, they're briefing against each other. We know this. I think someone within the Labour Party, that's them all briefing against each other, ratting them out to the fucking press. Don't get me wrong, the Tories done it as well, quite egregiously at times, obviously. But yeah, they're all backstabbing fucking self-interested bastards. We know this, especially Bart. Your future Prime Minister, everyone. Ugh. Because she's as cynical as I am, I got a text from my sister earlier, yesterday, actually, about 12 hours. No, it was at lunchtime. about 14 or 15 hours ago. I got a text from her while she was on her lunch break, stuffing a sandwich into her gob, drinking a kind of Monster. I don't know, what did she say to me? Oh yeah, she suggested, you know who might be our next Prime Minister? The person we're going on to next. And I said to her, are you fucking nuts? You seen how fucking decrepit looking he is? If anyone, if there's going to be any Scottish person that'll be the next Prime Minister, it'll be Pat McFadden, and she wanted to slap me. Not that cunt. She doesn't trust him either. She's glad she's working in NHS Scotland. Colleagues of hers who she done her her degree with up here in Scotland, in Dundee, by the way. Some of them have got job offers down in trusts in England, and they're fucking hating it. And it's ruined. Ruined. Sister's name, come down and help us, and she just says, "I told you not to fucking do it." They felt it out of a sense of duty. They needed. Then I don't care what to pay. I went into this career, I chose this profession because of caring nature. I wanted to become a nurse and help people. And they had friends or family down in different parts of England, and they moved down. And just after they stayed up here for the pandemic, so they graduated just before the pandemic started in 2019. Then 6 months after graduating, pandemic. God, poor sweetie, my poor darling. That the pandemic put her through the fucking ringer. Thought she'd done quite well. We all supported her, of course. But yeah, Turn around to her friends, told you not to fucking do it. 2 of them are now out the country. One of them's in the States, the other one's down in New Zealand. The one that ended up going to New Zealand 2 years now, 3 years maybe. Yeah, it'll be 3 years next year. She managed to survive 8 months in the hospital that she was working in England. She basically upped 6. She didn't have any kids or anything. And she was just out of a relationship. She thought, fuck it, I'm single. I have a nursing degree. I'm off ski. I'm out of here. And she fucked off. She's actually thinking of coming back to Scotland. We could do with her. And I'm sure my sister would help her get a job somewhere in NHS Scotland.
Now, and to every family, every carer, every older and disabled person watching, so long.
It'd be a pint. It wouldn't surprise me if she had chucked her slippers at the TV when he said that. You disingenuous little cunt. Chucking their can of red straight at her telly. So, sorry, I couldn't resist it. Oh God, I'm a naughty girl. And I think it's like, darling, take that, you fucking wee bastard. What did you think, Karina? Class prayer, essentially. I think she could have voted against a lot more than she did, obviously. That entire benefits debacle. She could have just turned around and said to Keir and to then Liz Kendall, didn't he fucking do this? Wonder how Tim's is doing. That was fucking delightful watching that unfold in the fucking Commons. People voting against it, backbenchers, long-time backbenchers, other Blairites, oddly enough, 2 of them. Well, the Scottish one would say Brownite, because the 2 constituencies over from where Brown was, Dunfermline, I believe, for our former Prime Minister.
As I hold this office, it will be the mission of this Labour government to build a national care service worthy of the name. And finally, we'll address the inequality in our National Health Service and our nation's health.
Now, who do we think fucking leaked that? She was seen as a threat. She could have become party leader and thus then Prime Minister. She was a threat to him. So him and fucking McSweeney probably cooked it up to basically get rid of her. So all the ones who were in the cabinet, Lou Haig, Rayna, obviously they got rid of Corbyn because fucking bastards that they are. I'm sure him and fucking McSweeney probably cooked that up to get rid of her because she was seen as quite popular. Do you think they might try to get rid of Ed? That'd be quite fun. I don't know if they. How long's he been in the Labour Party? Would he be a good Prime Minister? Can't be much worse than Starmer, obviously. Oh, I hope it's deeply problematic for the lot of them. Especially fucking Starmer. It'll be like 20 or 30 quid, won't it? My God, my stepdad might actually buy it. I might not need to buy it.
Because if we fail to invest in public health and prevention, we will face a future where people are living longer lives, but in poorer health. And in the places with the deepest need, the NHS is at its most stretched and the health of the people at its poorest.
Put more money in. Can you hear me, Wesley? Better paying conditions. We clear the bed blocking by putting in more capacity, not AI boondoggles. Just more money. Austerity. Fuck the NHS. Thank you, Tory bastards. Never forget, back in the day when Attlee and Bevan were introducing this, the then Tories were against it because Tories are scum. Sorry, Peter O'Byrne. You detail what your party's like. You are correct. You lay it out. You tell us exactly what they're like, and we say yes, that's what they're like. They are bastards. We have all the receipts. But he's still part. I don't get it. At least those are honest enough. What? £16? Fuck it, I'm buying it. Hang on. 40, 21, 28. Ah, wait a minute. Calendar. Calendar. Where the fuck? Oh, there's my calendar. 14. I get my benefit on Tuesday the 11th. Someone might be getting sent to Waterstones, or someone might just order it off of Amazon or Waterstones online. So I get my benefit. My benefit gets paid on a Tuesday every 28 days. So my benefit gets paid on Tuesday the 11th of November. The next time I get my payments in 2 weeks, so Tuesday the 14th. Our anniversary is on the 26th, which is a Sunday this year. Funny. So anniversary this month, nothing in November. No one's birthday, no fucking anniversaries or anything like that. Then December, I get fucking rammed. 3 birthdays, Christmas, then in the new year, my sister's birthday, super hubbies, and my nieces. So December and January, fucked. £16. £16.
In the poorest parts of our country, there are an extra 300 patients per GP. 300. Waiting. Suffering. And the injustice doesn't stop there. A black woman in this country is twice as likely to die in childbirth than a white woman. A child born in Blackpool will now live 10 years fewer than a child born in Hampshire. 10 years. That is the unjust price paid by those who lost the lottery of life. And I stand here today as someone who beat those odds, the exception to the rule, who grew up on a council estate in poverty, had a great state education, made it to one of our country's best universities, and now sits around the cabinet table as part of the most working-class cabinet in British history. But
okay, you might come from a working class background, Wes, I'll give you that. You went and done PPE. You're just like the rest of them, Tories included. my no, not my former MP is closer to work. Well, she was working class. The SNP are more working class than the vast majority of you lot.
Conference. That's not enough. It's not enough for a few to beat the odds. Our party exists to change those odds for everyone. So the challenge of our generation is not just to add years to life, but to add life to those years. So as we rebuild the NHS, we're starting first where the need is greatest. As we reinvest billions saved from cutting waste, as we recruit new GPs, and as we build a new generation of neighbourhood health centres, they won't go to the places with the loudest lobbyists, but to the communities with the deepest deprivation. And we all know the biggest health inequalities are entrenched years before patients walk through the doors of the NHS. They're caused by poverty, poor diets, damp homes, dirty air. So this Labour government is tackling the sickness in our society. We're feeding the next generation with primary school breakfast clubs, so every child starts the day with a full stomach and a hungry mind. We're cutting pollution and cleaning up our air the children breathe to preserve our planet for the future.
We done it first. Took you long enough to start it. We've had breakfast clubs for years. My nephews, who are both teenagers now, they had breakfast clubs. My elder nephew, only for a couple of years. But my younger one, we've had breakfast clubs up here for years now. Thank you, SNP. I don't care what you say. And you're deluding yourself if you think Anas is going to fucking become First Minister. I'll say again, that man is a fucking puppet.
2. We're helping families heat their homes this winter with a warm homes discount that will reach millions more. We're guaranteeing sick pay from day one because no one should have to choose between getting better and getting paid. And with the expansion of free school meals, we are lifting 100,000 children out of poverty. The Tories didn't do it. Reform would undo it. That is the...
2. Child cap, anyone? Wesley. 2 child cap still exists. If you want to really lift kids out of poverty, get rid of that. Go and speak to your ghoulish buddy. He won't, obviously. Oh no, I think they said that they're going to scrap it in the budget. I am not holding my breath. We will find out next month, the 22nd or something. 2 child cap still fucking exists. Your fucking party leader binned fucking MPs for voting against it, keeping it. People like Zara, people like Jeremy, they want to stop starving kids. Funny that. You lot didn't. You voted for it. I don't know if it was a 2 or 3 line whip. My MP voted to starve children. One of the most deprived parts of the fucking country, and she voted against actually taking children out of poverty. Delightful. I love my MP.
The difference a Labour government makes. Now we know some will say the challenges are too great, too expensive, It's too hard. But throughout our history,
if you're short of money, tax rich bastards. Overwhelmingly, I don't know if it's overwhelming, but a majority of the UK citizenry want a wealth tax. You could raise corporation tax or capital gains, bring it in line with what people pay for working, for getting a wage. So people literally sleeping in their scratchers, earning money for doing fucking nothing, literally just existing in the world. You could tax them, that might work. That's how you can bring more money, just for Rachel to waste it on the other shit. You can tax wealth.
it has always been Labour, always, that rose to meet the moment. It was Labour that built the NHS out of the ashes of war. It was Labour that saved it in 1997, and it falls to Labour to save it now. We asked our country to put their trust in us, not because the challenges are easy, but precisely because they are hard. A modernisation, it's not a technocratic mission, it is a moral mission, because we do not believe in two-tier healthcare. We do.
So why are you promoting a technocratic and solution to it when you don't need to? You just need to put more money into it. Don't need AI in the NHS, Wesley. Is he that fucking beholden to them? Fucking horrible that you think about that. Come on, you're nearly
We do
finished.
not believe your postcode should determine your prognosis. We do not believe that the size of your wallet should decide the length of your life. We are making the NHS fit for the future, a service that sees people sooner, treats them better and gives them back more years of life. A service rebuilt in the image of our values, universal, publicly funded, free at the point of use, available to all, owned by all, working for all. Those are my values. They're the NHS's values, and they are Britain's values.
I don't trust or believe you.
And conference, I'll just end with this. The fight against poverty and injustice, reactionaries and nationalists, prejudice and hatred, this is our fight. It has always been our fight. So we will not flinch. We will not fail. We will rebuild our national health and rebuild Britain for our time, for all time, for everyone. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Wes, for such an inspiring speech.
It is an absolute privilege to introduce a friend of mine, a real inspiration to those of us on the left, someone who is leading his country in the politics of renewal, and of course winning a landslide victory earlier this summer in Australia. Now, Albo and I have known each other a long time. We've met in many places around the world. We were in Canada early this year together at the G7, and we decided to brave a walk around the forest when there was rumours of some bear lurking around. But Albo, it was really great to see you there. And this week, it's been a particular pleasure to welcome Albo to our country at the Global Progressives Conference on Friday as a key partner in standing up to the divisive politics of the right, taking the fight for the soul of our countries to those who peddle grievance, and then later on armed with our sister party, because our two nations don't just share history.
We need Gemma. Gemma, darling. Time is actually there. World clock, if you please. Oh, it's damn it, should be at work. Should be at work. Oh, I'll see if I can try. Discord. Discord. Oh, maybe game shift. Oh. Philosophy channel? Put it in there? Oh, no. I've seen her. Might have been in general. Ah, this is there. Ah, oh. There we go. I've messaged Story Girl if she's free, she can come over. While we're waiting, sorry about that, me just sitting there trying to find Gemma on my Discord. I do apologise, and I'm going to be making it worse for you. I will be back momentarily. Be right back. Thanks. Minutes. fucking molting everywhere. Sorry to subject you to Albo, but I thought it might be nice for you to decode what the bastard's saying.
Well, thank you so much for that very warm Labor Party welcome. Here in Liverpool, we're 10,000 miles from where I joined the Labor Party, a long and winding road. Got that in early. But in our mighty global movement, you never walk alone. And just for balance, a shout out to all the evidence supporters out there as well. And thank you to my friend Keir for the Arsenal jumper. Number 31 on the back that I received on Friday. Thank you to my mate and your leader, Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Thank you for the extraordinary honour of inviting me to speak to your conference, and thank you for your kind and generous introduction. Keir and I got...
At least you lot got a break from him while he's visiting good old Blighty. I wonder if he'd do something as daft as like go to an Australian pub. I think there's like 3 of them in Liverpool.
Got to know each other pretty well during our time as leaders of the opposition, back when we thought that was the toughest job in politics. In opposition, I was always grateful for the chance to share ideas and compare notes. In government, I value the opportunities we have to work together and get results. To take action together on issues that really matter to our two nations and to the wider world. From standing together with the coalition of the willing to help secure peace on Ukraine's terms, to striving together to mobilise global action on climate change, to investing together so our citizens can build and crew a new
also,
generation
fuel
of
companies
submarines
fund you,
through our
Albo, you
Forces
lying
Security
git.
Partnership, and working together to break the cycle of violence in the Middle East and build something better by recognising the state of Palestine as a step towards the two-state solution. We want to see and we understand that is so essential for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live in lasting and secure peace. Can I also acknowledge a great Australian, a Labor legend, and my friend, the 27th Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard, who's here with us.
I fucking know. What, is a mass holiday of all your fucking politicians or something, Gemma?
Friends, none of us who join the Labor movement, whether in Australia or here in the UK, do so in search of an easy life. And no one comes to a Labor conference expecting a weekend. Our conferences are big, diverse and passionate family gatherings. And like any family...
Diverse, my arse. Yeah. Must be fun for her being back home. I wonder if she literally went back. I don't know. What part of Wales is she from, if you know, Gemma? Anyway.
When we all get together, occasionally we have our differences. Commentators sometimes fixate on those, But the debates that we hold here are not just healthy, they're essential. They are a sign of life. The energy and enthusiasm of our rank and file members has always been the beating heart of our movement. As parliamentarians, we stand on your shoulders. And as parties, we draw our strength from solidarity of values, not uniformity of thought. That's what all of us...
Yeah, a comedian or something.
us who belong to the Labor movement understand. The reason passions run high at our conferences is because we really care, because the stakes are really high, because what happens here really matters, because our conferences are about what we want for our respective countries. We deal with real issues grounded in the real lives and aspirations of the people that we seek to serve. And just like Liverpool itself, this great city of creativity, invention and reinvention, our conference has always been a place for us to define our mission and renew our purpose. That is how we have endured and evolved. By having the courage to test ourselves, to demand more of each other, and by demonstrating to a new generation that we are alive to the challenges they face and engaged in the work of solutions. That's what both our nations did after the Second World War, when Clement Attlee and Ben Chifley and their Labor governments worked to build societies worthy of those who fought to defend the world from fascism and tyranny, by opening the doors of opportunity through education, by creating secure, well-paid jobs in manufacturing, by treating housing as not only the need but the right of every citizen, by making medicine affordable for all through Australia's world-leading pharmaceutical benefits scheme, and with the launch of that great pioneering endeavour in universal health care, the National Health Service. A promise that still binds, defines and drives both our Labor governments. That no matter where you live or how much you earn, you should be able to access and afford the health care you need.
You don't have the same as us, do you, Gemma? You've got like a card that you pay into. I know you've got like a safety net. Your health system, you don't, is there like a kind of Australian NHS, isn't it? You've got like a safety net. If you need to get treatment, you'll get like obviously accidents and stuff, but you don't have the same system as us, do you? Yeah, 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 yeah. Jump in. Come on in. Oh, Numpty Bears. Discord, yeah. Hoi, hoi.
Hey, Katie. Can you hear me
Hello,
okay?
hello. Yep, I can hear you. Hang on. I'll just minimize that a second. Fuck off, Albo. I felt good saying that. Yeah. Share stuff. Have to get rid of that.
All right.
Give me a minute. Bring back share screen. Under screen. Add source.
And can I also get you to share your YouTube audio into the Discord call? Because if I've got about a 3-second delay on stream. So if you're playing Elbo's speech, I'm going to get it out of sync with the stream. But if you put it in, if you share it in Discord, then I'm all good.
Like back. Nope. I went too far with my mouse. Screen. Ta-da! Ah, Albo. How old is he anyway? I would assume he's in his 60s. Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Aha.
All right. So before we kick in with pressing play again, the way Australia's healthcare system works is it's a 2-tier system with private and public. The public system gives you hospital care in public hospitals for free, but it's a little bit like the NHS.
Oh.
In the sense that anything that you get in a public hospital comes at no cost.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
You will be offered to make a co-payment if you have private health insurance. Now, if you have private health insurance, you can opt to go into the private health system, and there are private hospitals. There are also doctors that will accept various private health insurance companies, claim systems. So they'll allow you to be paid by. They will cooperate with the health insurance companies to ensure that they get paid by them. There's still a gap, which you have to pay out of pocket. So if you're in the private healthcare system, that gap gets pretty excruciating when it comes to seeing doctors in their offices. In private hospitals for treatment for like procedures and that sort of thing, the gap tends to be smaller.
Okay, that's not too bad.
The other thing I haven't described in the in the public system is bulk billing. If you are on a healthcare card, which comes with being accepted for a welfare payment, you will generally be given the opportunity to be bulk billed by your GP. You don't have to have a healthcare card to be bulk billed. Sometimes a GP will bulk bill a patient that they see a lot, like particularly elderly people or people with chronic issues. The reason for that is that when you get bulk billed, you pay no gap. Even if you are on welfare and your GP decides not to bulk bill you, you can still be forced to pay a gap for basic health care.
Okay,
so a lot of it is at the doctor's discretion for their practice.
So it depends what kind of doctor you've got. Fuck.
Yeah. And a lot of it is down to how long you can wait for a private procedure that is not life-threatening, which anything that's not immediately life-threatening gets classified as elective. And there's no tiers of electiveness. So as an example of how this works, I've been having brutal chronic abdominal pain for about 21 months now, 22 months.
Fucking hell.
My GP has referred me to various imaging services and that sort of thing, and pathology for blood tests and that sort of thing. Blood tests I get for free, they tend to be bulk billed. Imaging, though, X-ray and ultrasound and CT scanned tend to get bulk billed. MRIs, if you're over 50, can't.
Oh. I'm just trying to figure out how much if I'd be fucked or not. I probably would be. Let me think of it.
If you've got something that requires an MRI and you're over 50, good luck. You basically got to convince your doctor to refer you to the imaging team at your local public hospital, and because that would be a deemed an elective procedure, you go in the queue until they're ready to see you. So I had a referral to the nearest public hospital to me, the one I'm in the catchment area for a endoscopy. That referral was made 13 months before it happened. I also had a bowel cancer screening positive result, which generally means polyps in the intestine, which is what actually happened, which is benign, not necessarily a sign of intestinal cancer, or bowel cancer, which is a good outcome. So they took 8 months to get around to doing the colonoscopy, and they did the endoscopy and the colonoscopy at the same time. Once they did that and said, yeah, all clear from our perspective, we can't see any erosions, we can't see anything other than some polyps, which we've zapped, and they weren't big, so yeah, you look clear for cancer. Their further interest in diagnostics was zero. They said, okay, well, now the procedure is you go back to your GP and he has to try and figure out what's next in the diagnostics tree.
All right.
Oh. Can you give me some hints based on what you've seen in the colonoscopy, etc.? No, you've got to go back and see your GP.
No,
so he's now referred me to the chronic pain clinic.
Oh dear God!
And it's already been with an urgent referral. He said this person, this patient is at their wits' end. They've been suffering chronic pain, which is so far idiopathic. We've got no pathology that says it is one thing or another. We have no explanation for it. Their mental health is in the crapper. Please see them as soon as possible. It's now been 2.5, 3 weeks.
How long do you expect to wait?
I'm going to chase them up in the next week or so. I do actually kind of want to chase them up today, so I'll probably jump off the call fairly soon. But basically, they're underfunded. Every opportunity Albo's had to cut the healthcare budget, he's done so. He added in the rule, or his health minister added in the rule about over 50s and MRIs. The bean counters are reigning supreme, neoliberal austerity, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And effectively what we're dealing with is corporatist fascism.
Christ almighty. If they tried any sort of nonsense like that, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Wes would want to try and put in a system like what you've got up here in the UK. But there'll be millions of people who would all go out in the streets. Obviously, mine's is devolved. Health is a devolved issue, so mine's is slightly better than in the rest of the country. Thank God for that. I'm quite lucky. I don't need to pay for anything whatsoever, and that's including dental and eye care, because Scotland is based. Don't get me wrong, neoliberalism still rules here, but it's a little bit kinder, a bit more humanistic, shall we say, a bit more humanity driven than what some poor bastards on waiting lists down in England have to wait for. Quite a lot of your issue, bowel issues and stuff like that. The waiting list to go and see your specialist in that area is like 18 months to 24 months. It's mental. So people,
well, and that's because the Tories actively defunded your NHS system, same Razor Gang bullshit, and your Labour Party has chosen not to do anything about it because we can't afford to pay people, and we don't want to tax the rich because that would mean taxing ourselves, and we get less money, and the people who pay for our campaigns get less would give us less money, and that's not sustainable for us. So fuck off. We're not going to do it.
You bastards, tax the cunts. Okay, next Albo. Yeah, it's again, everyone.
The same work of renewal drove Harold Wilson and Gough Whitlam through the 1960s and 70s, when their governments made equality for women a Labor cause, when they grasped that for Labor to continue to be the party of fairness and justice, we had to become a party for the elimination of discrimination and prejudice. Just as in the 1980s and 90s, Bob Hawke and Paul Keating passed the torch to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, where in both...
What were those two like that you just mentioned? I recognise the name Bob
Hawke and Paul Keating. Bob Hawke was kind of a uniting force in Australian Labor politics. He won government back from a couple of terms of Liberal government, and had good centre-left aesthetics. In practice, though, what he really tried to do was, his biggest focus was getting the Democratic Labor Party back into the fold of the ALP. And the Democratic Labor Party in Australia was a explicitly corporatist fascist organisation that worshipped Antonio Salazar.
Oh, for fuck's sake. For people who do not know, Salazar was a Portuguese fascist. Delightful.
Yeah, dictator of Portugal for a good long time.
Yeah.
So that's the style of politics that Hawke and Keating brought into the ALP, knowing full well that that was what they were dealing with. Keating added a bit of neoliberal spice to the mix.
Oh, what a surprise.
So when our unemployment services system was initially created, initially privatized, that was actually Keating that did that.
Was it? Delightful chap.
Yep. So we lost our ability to, or lost our government employment service, which was, I don't know, pretty useless, but it's no worse than the privately run bullshit that has been extorting the government for upwards of $10 billion a year to bully unemployed workers into employment.
Oh, it's essentially like It's called the Job Centre here. It's the Department for Work and Pensions.
They basically outsource a good chunk of what would be the Job Centre there, and also a good chunk of DWP.
Right.
Like the compliance angle of DWP and meeting your job search requirements, all that sort of thing, that now sits with the employment services, private employment services. Now some of those are charities, most of them are not, and even the charities can be pretty horrendous.
So a lot of them would be for profit then.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell.
So anyway, now of course when Keating got punted out of office, the Liberal National Party then turned the screws on the whole unemployment compliance system and that sort of thing, and made it much worse, gave these agencies much more power. Even under Keating, the job search requirement was 2 jobs a fortnight. Now it's 20.
What?
Well, 20 a month, I think. 20 every 28 days.
I don't think
so employers that do have actual jobs advertised get deluged with applications from people who are looking for work, and yeah, it's a bit of a mess, really.
Okay, carry on.
Paul Keating passed the torch
to
Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, where in both our countries, Labor was able to remain the party of compassion and opportunity by embracing our role as a party of openness, aspiration and prosperity. In the pages of the history books,
Blair did not do that.
Benefit of hindsight, all that seems like a natural progression, but we know different. We know every generation encountered resistance. We know every generation had to overcome skeptics and cynics. And we know
people like you, Albo, and people like Blair and Brown.
Yeah, this is gaslighting.
Gordon. Oh, God, yeah.
Every Labor generation understood that to fulfil their purpose, achieve their goals, give life to their values, and keep faith with the people and movement they served, they had to be in government.
Fabian bullshit.
Yeah.
We have to win government before we do anything, so we'll win government at any cost, and then we'll have to keep it government.
The Labor mission has never been a theoretical exercise or just a rhetorical one. Our work is measured in deeds, and it depends on delivery, on change our citizens can see, tangible, practical outcomes that make a positive difference to people's lives.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually happening, Albo. Yeah. And you have had parties, oddly enough. My sister-in-law, who I have never met, or her now ex-husband, she left Scotland. She was a teacher. She was a chemistry teacher, and they got married. And a couple of years later, they moved to Sydney. So she went through that whole points-based system, put money towards moving down to Australia. And I've got a funny feeling she probably thinks she's doing quite well voting for this party. Obviously, she would never vote for anything like your Nationals or your Liberal Party. Obviously, she was born and brought up in Glasgow, for fuck's sake. She's a teacher. She was the headmistress of a private girls' school, by the way. She'll be 60. She would have been 63 this year. She might still be working, actually, come to think of it. So I've got a funny feeling with the way that with who she was married to, he was a bank. He worked for what's your main bank? Bank of Australia, isn't it?
No, we don't have a
So
Bank of Australia. We have Commonwealth Bank. Which is not government owned anymore.
That's it. It was the Commonwealth Bank he worked for, and he was like not finance, markets. He was a trader for the Commonwealth Bank and a property magnate apparently. She probably thought she was doing quite well voting for people like Albanese. I don't know who she would have had. She was on the outskirts of Sydney.
This is where all of you here in the UK had the most valuable resource for any Labor government, the asset every progressive leader in every positive and ambitious government wishes they had more of: time. To give you some sense of that, in Australia, my colleagues and I were re-elected less than 5 months ago, and yet our next election is due before yours. For Labor governments, every single day.
Was it every 4 years for you?
Every 3. We've just had one.
Wow. Yeah. Potato got voted out. See you later. Okay. Oh, damn it, I can see him. Dutton. See you later, Dutton. Well done, Dixon. I'm quite glad because I've done some research into him and a couple of the other ones. That's him. Just no, see you later, Dotto. Fucking wank.
Day counts. Because it takes time to turn promises into progress. It takes time for plans to work and be seen to work. For inflation to fall, wages to rise, new homes to be finished, new energy connected, new hospitals to open, new investments in education to flow into results. It takes time to tackle problems that have been created over decades. It takes time to repay trust by delivering on commitments, and in doing so, build trust for future action. It takes time to make change with people and make change work for people. And none of that means we can expect or ask for patience. Cost of living pressures do not wait. Communities that need new jobs and homes cannot wait. Families that need better schools and hospitals cannot wait. The challenges that the world throws at us, from economic turmoil to threats to our national security, never wait. And the action that we need to take on climate change, the work we need to do to seize the jobs and opportunities of clean energy, that cannot wait. So while governments always need to be able to tell the difference between what's urgent and what's important, in the end...
It's all urgent. It's all urgent. It all needs fixed now. And there's stuff that both of our governments can be doing now. You don't need to give license to any more coal extraction or fossil fuels. Just saying. Doing better transportation. It's mostly car centric with use, isn't it? I don't drive, I rely on the bus and trains. Mostly bus, oddly enough. You're doing all of them now. Just saying, Elbow.
We have to do both. To take immediate action in a way that anticipates and creates future opportunities. To navigate stormy seas while always keeping our eyes on the horizon. And to bring back optimism and urgency to the work of delivery. To acknowledge the pressures that people are under. Explain the causes and take action to help. To make it clear that while we cannot always predict or control the challenges we will face, we can determine how we will respond. In Australia, our election came against the backdrop of the worst global inflation since the 1980s and the biggest international energy crisis
about 9 minutes
since the 1970s. And there was no quick fix, no easy answer. These same circumstances had brought about the defeat of incumbents around the world, and had some predicting
because we've got
fed up.
Yes,
would be defeated or reduced to minority. But one of the reasons we won re-election and indeed were able to increase our majority is because in difficult times we offered people real hope. We didn't pretend that we had solved every problem in just 3 years, but we could point to an economy that was turning the corner. Inflation down, wages up, unemployment low, and interest rates starting to fall. And we offered a second-term agenda that built on the patient and disciplined work we had done in our first term. A positive plan to cut taxes, boost wages, build homes, and make it easier to see a doctor for free. That is the work we are focused on delivering now. That's the essential task of every Labor government, to apply our timeless Labor values to the challenges of our time. And friends, in 2025, our values and purpose and effort are needed more than ever before. In an era where artificial intelligence is transforming our economies, we must stand up for secure jobs and fair wages. We must show our citizens that what Harold Wilson called the white heat of technology can forge new opportunities for working people. At a time where young people feel the housing market is beyond their reach, we must build the new homes and create the economic opportunity that revives the dream of home ownership. For cities and regions on the
for the
front
record,
lines of economic change, we must invest in the education and training.
On the home ownership or home construction side of things, there's still a big issue with home ownership, and it's got nothing to do with the supply of homes. It has more to do with the fact that our landlord class has decided it's sick of people being delinquent renters because they keep putting the rents up to a point where they're no longer sustainable for people to pay. So they have instead been putting rents up into a place where no one can afford them. There's a huge decrease in occupancy rates, and there's a huge number of people who are basically sitting on empty houses waiting for the price to go up to the point where they can let them again. The kicker here is we have this thing called negative gearing, which is a tax rebate that landlords can pay if they're on the difference between rental income and
shut up, Albo. Carry on.
On the difference between rental income and any costs incurred, including interest. So if they're on an interest-only loan, don't get me started on whether interest-only loans should be a thing or not. If they've got a decent-sized property portfolio and their only cost is paying interest to the bank, then even an unoccupied property generates tax rebates for them and offsets income that they receive from other properties that are let. So if you've got 50 properties and you've got 5 empty and you're paying interest on those 5, that 5%, the interest, mortgage interest and payments on that 5% comes out of your net income for tax purposes. It's a huge raw.
Fucking hell. That's mental. Whenever I've seen it, I watch Just Media for a laugh, because they're really quite funny. When that gets mentioned, I always kind of scratch my head. Lena's explained it in the past, like back when the election was actually happening, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't understand. You've explained it perfectly to me. Thank you so much. That fucking hell, man. Whose fucking clever idea was that? Whoever came up with that was a landlord.
I think was a John Howard idea, although it may have been Keating.
Christ almighty. It's bad enough that landlords exist, for crying out loud. Literally still earning while the property's fucking empty. It's worse here, the occupancy rate here is quite high because the ones that do go on the market, they, like for rents and stuff, they usually get snapped up like that because people are literally screaming out for housing. Literally screaming out in some cases. It's mad. The prices in some like major cities, and don't get me started on London, it's mental. Glasgow's not too bad. The West End here is all old Georgian and Victorian houses and stuff, and like townhouses and shit. But the rest of the rents in across Glasgow and Edinburgh's fucking just as bad as London. The rents aren't as bad, but trying to get a rental property in any major metropolitan area, if you've not got a council house or social rent, damn near impossible because the rents are fucking mental. No, like a 2-bedroom flat off Byers Road here in Glasgow, like 1800 or 2,500, which would be 4,800, maybe 5,000 Australian a month, like a 2-bedroom flat. Fucking mental.
Mm-hmm.
And negative gearing, it's mad. It's mad.
The clean energy that will power new jobs
Yep.
and industries. We approach this work with determination and with optimism because all of these problems can be solved. All of these opportunities can be seized, but only if our people continue to see our institutions as the best way to make it happen. We all know this is a time when trust in governments and institutions is under challenge. We all sense this is an era where our capacity for peaceful disagreement is being tested. But what I see here in UK
peaceful
Labour,
disagreement when you're actually brutalising yourself?
this leader, this Prime Minister, my friend, is the same determination that I know
your friends
lives
are
in every member of the Australian Labor Party. An absolute resolve to stand together and defend democracy itself.
They're supporting the genocide as well.
Friends, this is where one of the oldest choices that both our parties made remains one of the most important. In Australia and here in the United Kingdom, the trade union movement chose to advance the rights of working people, not just in workplaces, but by forming a political party.
The unions that started both of the parties in these countries, the funders, the trade unionists who started the Labour Party back then, they'll be fucking spinning. I'm surprised we can't see smoke rising out of their fucking graves of what you've done to the Labour Party, the Labour movement in these two great nations of ours. Keir Hardie, a great Scotsman who started the Labour Party here in the UK, he'll be fucking yelling at yous. Seriously. Rejoice, comrades. Sock now is here. Hi, Sock now. Welcome in. Gemma's here. I'm talking to her. Albanese, Australian PM, speaking to the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Earlier on today, well, 5 hours ago, or yesterday, so we're currently on Wednesday here. So this was on Tuesday. No, hang on. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Was right. So he spoke yesterday. Delightful. Carry on, Albo. You're nearly finished.
Labor, as a movement, chose democracy. We
chose
Parliament and progress over protest. We chose to be both a movement for change and a party of government. We chose to make ourselves part of a system where our political fortunes rise and fall on the power of ideas and the judgment of our citizens. We set ourselves the task of winning people's trust and proving worthy of it. And make no mistake, when we chose democracy, we chose the hard road, because building to last takes time. Delivering change is more difficult than just demanding it. Working within the system is tougher than railing against it. And creating solutions requires more of us than just shouting slogans. In a democracy, being a party of government means grappling with uncertainty and complexity.
Neither of you are like that. God almighty.
It means dealing with the gritty realities of the world as it is. And it means making, and yes, owning, tough decisions in the national interest. Being honest with people about the scale of the challenges facing us.
Fuck off with your tough decisions, your fiscal rules. Rachel, can you fucking hear me? They're self-imposed. You don't need to be fucking doing them. All of the people in these two countries are yelling at you. You're not doing proper investment in the fucking countries. So no, you didn't. I'm not entirely sure about Australia, but Labour didn't win here. The Tories lost because Tories, obviously, 14 years of basically defunding an entire country. Labour didn't win, at least not here anyway.
Us and the time and effort required to meet them. But friends, we wouldn't have it any other way. We're better for all of that. Our plans and policies are stronger for it. Our vision and our ambition for our people is bigger because of it. And our countries are better for it too. Because in the end, the hard road is the only one that takes us anywhere. Tearing things down is easy, but it doesn't leave you with anything. The low politics of fear and resentment are easy, but they only divide the country, they don't advance it.
Have you seen some of the policies the Labour Party are going to be implementing here? Aldo? Really? They're following suit from Manfrog.
The things worth doing are hard, and things worth doing are worth fighting for. Friends, democracy was a defining choice that both our parties made. I want to finish with an old truth that both our movements know, a message that the men and women of the trade union movement carried on their banners more than a century ago. Unity of Labor is the hope of the world. That has always been Labor at our best. Unity of party and...
This current Labour Party here in the UK kicked people like me out of the party. He literally said, there's the door, you can use it. And we fucking did. There is no unity in that. They kicked out the socialist and the democratic side of the party. He basically told us to fuck off, and we did. I went to Scottish Greens. Lots of people went to the Green Party of England and Wales. Lots of them are moving over to your party, in whatever current state it's in. Watch this space. So I'm keeping a close eye on what's happening with Jeremy and Zara. Bit of a mess really with that one. We've all left. Lots of us have become independents as councillors. Well, I've never been a politician. So you basically said, there's the door, you can use it. And hundreds of thousands of us have. So that there's no unity in that. You literally booted us out the party because student politics and all that nonsense. Populists and shit like that. So no. We had a chance at Unity and you told us where to fucking shove it. I hope you get wrecked in 4 years, Labour. I really do. And I hope you get wrecked next year up here. That's what I'm campaigning on.
Unity of purpose, a movement that looks out to the world with hope for the future and works together to make it better. Unity of Labour reflects the power of solidarity to drive change, and it reflects the responsibility of Labour to promote unity, to foster cooperation and understanding in the world, and to build cohesion, respect and harmony at home. We do that by embracing patriotism as a truly progressive cause, by demonstrating that our love of country is what drives us to serve it, and also
there's the fascism
for the better.
Yes, there.
Encouraging pride in everything that sets our nations apart from the world, by building faith in everything that brings us together, and by making it clear that the strength and power of the symbols that unite us lies in the faith that they belong to all of our citizens, not just some. Because in both our nations...
Yes, that's excellent there, you are correct.
Because in both our nations, our democracy, our laws and our values are for all of us to take pride in, for all of us to protect, for all of us to build on. Unity of Labour is the hope of the world, and in that spirit of hope, unity and solidarity, I wish you all the very best for an absolutely fantastic conference. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, you have to pause, have to stop for the photo op. Thanks, Gemma. I need to bring you back on in the future. Oh. Get your hugs from Victor. Mommy. Me. Yeah. Oh, there's Buckless. There's Jackie Bailey. Go away, Elbow. Oh, Victor and David Lammy are going away with them. Straight to the pub. Straight to the bar. Thanks, Gemma. It's going to be Douglas Alexander. Are you going to jump off?
Okay, everybody. I'll just let everybody get settled.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll jump off. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
What I was
You're
saying
welcome to
made
come back. We need to discuss something. We need to have a proper debate and talk about some things and maybe expand people's minds. I'd love that in the future. So just DM me. Cool. You look after yourself and have a good rest of your day because it's afternoon there for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Cool. Have a good dinner whenever you have it, and we can talk later. Thanks so much for joining me to decode Albo. Much appreciated.
Funnies. Okay, catch you later.
Catch you later. Bye, Gemma. Just a second. Say bye to Gemma, everyone. Based Australian streamer. Go and follow her. I'll be back there momentarily. Give me a second, comrades. Oh, right. I'll put you down a second. That's that one. Oh, yep, just move you over there. And there's there. There we go. Carry on. Oh, pause a second. Warning, warning. Douglas Alexander, warning. So this is the new. This is after the cabinet reshuffle that's happened recently. So warning, Douglas Alexander, the new Scottish Secretary. So he's basically the representative for my great nation, my country, in the cabinet. I do not like Douglas Alexander. He was one of the biggest scalps ever based. The ever awesome Mary Black won his seat in 2015. So he literally got booted out of Parliament because Renfrewshire East and Renfrewshire and Paisley booted him and brought in Mary Black for that, for the SNP. I miss her desperately. Mary, please join Scottish Greens. We'd love to have you. So now he's back, like every other Blairite in this fucking cabinet, trying to get rid of the cunts. Right. What BS have you got for us, Douglas?
I'm going to mention that. Right. Are we nearly there, conference? I'm sure there's seats for everyone. Come on.
You've got your mini Katie back. Yep. My camcorder.
Okay, well, conference, I'm sure you'd agree that was a fantastic way to start the afternoon session, followed on by equally fantastic bits of the session, I think. First off, we have speakers from Scotland, the first of which is our new Secretary of State, Douglas Alexander. Douglas, thank you.
Oh! Huh. Blammy. No idea. No idea. No.
First of which is our new Secretary of State, Douglas Alexander.
There we go. There's the three of them. Jackie Bailey. Okay, I'll bring up her actual constituency. I'll tell you what one it is. So that is the second in command of Scottish Labour. So she's okay. She's on my checklist. Oh, there she's there. Bailey. Oh, it's just right. MSP for Dumbarton. Douglas Alexander. MP for Lothian East, which is basically over in Edinburgh, outside the city. Then Labour leader, Anas Sarwar, he doesn't have a constituency like his second-in-command does. He's on the list for my area. So it's a big chunk of Glasgow that he's on the list for. So we're coming after both of them next year. So with Holyrood elections, she could lose an actual constituency with any luck. She fucking will. For him to lose his position on the list is that how many 4 or 5 actual constituencies. I can't remember how many it is, but it's 4 or 5. So there's lots of different constituencies, and then there's the list area which he's a part of for a big chunk of Glasgow. For him to be not on the list or not considered, at least 3 of these constituencies have to go Labour. So if we go like SNP again for the seats in Glasgow, he would still survive because he's the top of the list for the Glasgow region for the Labour Party. So they'll be currently getting done up, trying to decide by the separate parties, obviously. So say I'm in the Scottish Greens. So say I wanted to put myself forward to be on the list and not actually run for a constituency. And I wanted to be considered, I would have made a pitch, said I want to do this, I'd be promoting these policies, I'd want to cover this area of Glasgow. Then I would get voted on a proportional system and get put at the top of the list. So say a Green doesn't get a constituency, my rating would go up and I'd be more likely to get put on the list for the Glasgow area. Is to balance it out. But we figured out how to do this and we booted a lot of them, the unionist parties, off the list system for different parts of Scotland. Because if we wanted to get rid of yous, we fucking figured it out, and we did. And we got back a majority SNP government. And the unionist parties had a collective, oh, fuck. Because the system was basically created so that would never fucking happen. And we'd be stuck with coalition governments, mostly Lib Dem and Labour, oddly enough. Never forget who created this system. Devised it so the SNP couldn't get majority government. But it got explained to us and said, no, we're fucking fed up with yous all. Fuck off.
Douglas, thank you.
This is going to be pointless. I thought we'd got rid of you.
Conference, it is an honour to address you as Labour's Secretary of State for Scotland. And like
I just said, I thought we'd fucking got rid of you. You got booted. People in the Paisley area said, no, fuck you. Voted you out. Mary got an overwhelming majority. They'd been fed up, literally the same as us probably, ignored, or denigrated and not funded properly for decades. We thought we'd got rid of you, but no. Like all Blairites, you usually worm your way back in.
Let me start by paying tribute to the work of my friend and my predecessor, who kept the flag flying for Scottish Labour in the toughest of times. So
Ian Murray. Still an MP, by the way, he's just a backbencher now.
Ian, thank you for the work that you've done and the service you have given our party.
Rejoice! Ian Murray's gone. Boo. Douglas Alexander back. We're never going to get rid of these playwright cunts. We need our independence so we can tell them where to fucking go. Yes!
Now, at last year's general election, when, let us remember, we held just 2 seats in Scotland, we made a promise that...
You fucking deserved it. Fuck, I can't remember. I really should know that. Naughty Katie. Oh, his sister was a corrupt piece of shit as well. She literally went to prison. Her name was Wendy, by the way. Ugh. Seriously, I thought I'd got rid of the pair of them. Thought they're gone. Fucking yes. Douglas Alexander got voted out. See you later, you bastard. But no, they always seem to come back. So he got parachuted into what was then, before the general election last year, a safe Labour seat in the Edinburgh area. Can they get rid of the cunts?
There would be Scots at the heart of a Labour government. And just over a year later, right across government, Scottish Labour ministers are harnessing the power of the United Kingdom to deliver for Scotland. Not just Ian's work on the creative industries at the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, but Kirsty McNeil's work to deliver local regeneration from the Scotland Office, Michael Shanks and Martin McCluskey's work to deliver good jobs and clean energy from the Department of Energy, Blair McDougall's work to deliver our modern industrial strategy, and Zubair Ahmed's work at the Department of Health, proving that with a Labour government, waiting lists come down.
Ours are coming down faster than yours. Thanks. Just saying. Watch this. This is basically the attack dog for the SNP. He literally just, that's all he gets given his little talking points. Don't worry, your lass is here to debunk or literally give you the full context because you won't fucking get it from these bastards. Carry on.
We pledged, conference, that a vote for Scottish Labour wasn't just a vote to send a message, it was a vote to send a government. A promise made, conference, a promise delivered. Now, we all understand that across Scotland and indeed across the whole of the United Kingdom, that people are still suffering. Too many people feel ignored and forgotten, and there is still so much to do.
Trust me, we had you for fucking decades. Trying to educate the people of Scotland. Ain't any fucking trust them. We'll just go back, we'll regress, we'll backslide. At least we've got the SNP mitigating some of the worst parts of it. No child will go hungry up here. We will not be freezing our granny. Oh, what the fucking hell? Super Harvey seems to be getting a lot of emails. I can hear his phone from here.
We hear you. We get it. But the simple truth is this. No government, however determined, could undo all the damage of 14 years in just 14 months. So I want to assure you today that the work of change in Scotland is now underway. And the difference that we're making as a Labour government inspired by Labour values is both meaningful and measurable. Our Labour government has already raised the minimum wage and delivered a pay rise for 200,000 of the lowest paid workers in Scotland.
I will say this until I'm blue in the face. I don't think £12.21 an hour is enough. Have you seen the prices of some shit, Douglas? Obviously, you wouldn't, being in the cabinet. Coffee Dan, good morning. Rejoice, comrades. Coffee Dan is here. Hi. This creature is Douglas Alexander. He is our now new Secretary of State for Scotland, so basically Scotland's representative in the Labour government. I've been doing quite well, actually. Thank you for asking. I went and got an MRI, not an MRI, an ultrasound. They needed to check my eyelashes fall out quite in like clumps, so it's kind of stung. So I've got rid of the eyelash, but it's still kind of my eye feels weird. So I kept on having to go doing that and blinking it and stuff, trying to get the eyelashes out. So my eye feels odd, like it's been kind of jabbed by the eyelashes. So it feels weird, to say the least. It'll clear up, don't worry. It'll come back. It won't feel as attacked, essentially. But my eyelashes fall out in clumps and go straight into the eyeball. I feel a little bit better now. Carry on, Douglas.
We've delivered a £10 billion frigate deal that will secure 2,000 well-paid unionised jobs.
Oh, don't worry.
Also guaranteed the future of shipbuilding on the Clyde. We've delivered the largest budget settlement for Scotland in the history of devolution, burying Tory austerity.
No. Don't get me wrong, you've given us more money. But it's still cut in real terms. Thanks. You don't know the level of fucking austerity they unleashed on us. So you, Douglas, you should have fucking read up on that, by the way. No, we're still down in real terms. Before Gideon got his hands on the book and basically just took one giant red mark and went goo goo goo. Whinging cuts to my country. Nope, we're still not back to what we were before, even under Blair. So now, thanks for the extra money, I guess. Still not enough. I repeat, 14 years of the scum. Basically, 8 or 9 years. So, 5 years of the coalition. Thank you, Lib Dems. I fucking despise yous. Then 3 or 4 years of a Tory majority government. Austerity never fucking works. Both ways of the country. Just go and take a look. Nope, we're still down on those terms. Thank you, Douglas. Go back and check the fucking books, you idiot.
Once and for all. And conference
with more money.
Thanks to the campaigning efforts of our Scottish Labour MPs, last week a Labour-led Scotland office delivered direct funding of almost £300 million for regeneration to communities across Scotland, from the inner cities to the outer isles. So why, with the UK government now delivering record levels of investment to Scotland, do our communities feel that their public services are worse and not better? The facts don't lie. 20 years of the SNP running Scotland has taken our nation backwards on education.
14 years of austerity. 14 years of the scum cutting our funding. God. I will say again, go and check the fucking books.
On health, on housing, on ferries, and backwards on pretty much everything for which they are responsible. That's why their election strategy seems to be, we've made a mess of everything we're responsible for, so let's talk about anything other than how we're running Scotland. Like
This is the only country in the Union that won't see it. We're going to be mitigating the two-child cap. We won't be starving children. This is the only nation where child poverty will be decreasing. And that's still after 14 years of the bastards, and now 14 months of yous. I despise them. I fucking despise them.
Independence or Nigel Farage or independence or Donald Trump or independence or pretty much anything other than the present state of Scotland. Never has so much political capital been accumulated by one political party to so little effect.
Is a Blairite. Fucking hell.
20 years of salmon, sturgeon and swinny, and there is so little to show for it. Can you really?
Salmon, sturgeon, Yusuf, then Swinny. You forgot Hamza. Douglas, you're a wanker.
Claim to be stronger for Scotland when you've weakened our public services and stagnated in government. Jackie Baillie put it best. The truth is, if John Swinney knew how to fix the challenges Scotland faces, he'd have done it by now. But conference, if they
We don't get enough from the block grant. Don't get me wrong, we've raised the higher levels of income tax. We've increased it by a penny. So that's 46 pence in the pound above a certain wage bracket. You get that bit back as well. We don't get enough from central government.
the SNP won't talk about their record, then we surely will. In our hospitals, 1 in 6 of us are on waiting lists in Scotland. 100,000 Scots waiting in preventable pain for more than a year. In our
I haven't had to wait longer than 2 months for some of my specialist appointments. I'm just using myself as an example. Obviously, there's lots of other patients across Scotland who would probably have different experiences from me, but I've always been quite lucky. Or look at it, I've always got my appointments quite quickly, and I've seen some of the best doctors in the fucking land. My endocrinologist is one of the most respected in the fucking world. He's amazing. I've never had to wait that long. Again, that's just my unique experience, just this one lowly woman, essentially. But I've talked to other people, family members, friends, and they've had a good experience as well. Despite there being issues within NHS Scotland, don't get me wrong.
Our schools, a sorry record of rising violence and falling standards, a housing crisis that continues to worsen, an economy held back. The majority of the Scottish public already know that the SNP are bad enough that they deserve to lose. So our challenge...
They're leading in the polls, by the way. They're third. Deservedly so. And in some constituencies, they're even fourth. One or two of them, they're actually behind the Lib Dems. That's embarrassing. Reform or second, apparently, in some places. Don't worry, I will be educating the masses to make sure they don't fucking vote for Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. He thinks one of their candidates is going to become First Minister. Manfrog, you're off your fucking rocker.
Over the coming months is to convince the majority that
I
we're good enough that we deserve to win. Together, from now until next May, we will make the case that a different and better future for our nation is possible. The SNP as a nationalist party is dedicated to making Scotland independent. Everyone understands that. But the harsh truth is that if you wake up every morning thinking, what can I do today to move Scotland closer towards independence? That means you start the day focused on difference, on division, and on grievance. And in today's world of political, economic, and technological tumult, that approach is just letting Scotland down.
That's the fourth, I repeat, fourth speech where the person has used the word difference. Bridget Phillipson, here, Douglas, and Ghoul McFadden. Is that like Sweeney doing that, do we think? Or one of his little minions, maybe? Why are you using the word grievance so much? It seems a bit sus.
Now is the time to focus on building and not breaking, on cooperating, not on conflict, on working together and not pulling apart. We need and deserve in Scotland a First Minister committed to solidarity and not separation, to ensure that Scotland's aspirations are backed by the full strength of the United Kingdom. That is why the next First Minister has to be someone who will put the people of Scotland
Two-child cap. So your Westminster government literally starving children. Winter fuel allowance. Less than 1% of the benefits budget. Still went ahead with it. And the chaos that was caused by the welfare bill. Again, I hope Stephen Timms is doing quite well. Got a lot on his plate now fixing that piece of garbage legislation. Who's the one doing the division here? You want to punish the most vulnerable, the poorest, and the most deprived in society? Because they're scum. And seriously, Anna isn't going to be First Minister. Listen to me, Douglas. Listen to me, Keir Starmer. He ain't going to be First Minister.
Before constitutional obsession, or party advantage, or populist politics. Someone who will have both the ideas and, frankly, the energy. Someone willing to tackle the failure and complacency and be the person who wakes up every morning thinking, what can I do today to make Scotland's public services fit for the people of Scotland? And who can I work with today to make that happen faster? My friend, our leader, Anas Sarwar, has dedicated his life to public service. From working as an NHS dentist in Paisley, to calling out racism and speaking up for the marginalised, to delivering 37 Scottish Labour MPs, and most recently delivering victory in Hamilton, Larkhall, Stonehouse, and yes, in Barrhead.
Go on, you stop banging on about that fucking by-election. Please, I beg of you. Right, you won. Well done.
Anas Sarwar.
Oh God, yeah.
Conference, Anas Sarwar just keeps listening, keeps working, keeps leading, and yes, keeps winning. Conference, let me ask you to show your appreciation for our Scottish Labour leader, the man I believe, with your support, will be Scotland's next First Minister, Anas Sarwar.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
A year ago, we delivered a UK Labour government, and in just 7 months' time, we can start the journey for change in Scotland too. And that is a choice. Do we carry on as we are, or do we take a new direction? Do we see our Parliament as a vehicle for protest or a vehicle for change? And that choice is a simple one. A third decade of the SNP, carrying on the managed decline, or do we take a new direction with a Scottish Labour government and a Scottish Labour First Minister working every day to make life better for the people of Scotland and see government as service to you? Scottish Labour, ambitious for Scotland, ambitious for the future, ready to win and ready to serve.
Conference, thank you. Conference, thank you. It's an honour to be with you here in Liverpool today, and it's fantastic to be introduced by our new Secretary of State for Scotland, Douglas Alexander. Douglas, as Secretary of State and as co-chair of our Scottish election campaign, alongside the brilliant Jackie Bailey, I know, big cheer for Jackie. I know you will bring your passion, intellect and energy to help deliver another historic election victory in Scotland next year. And Douglas, you're carrying on.
No, if I have anything to say about it.
The important work done by our dear friend Ian Murray. The conference, Douglas and Ian are now just 2 out of 9 Scottish Labour MPs serving our great country as ministers, proving that Scotland is at the heart of our Labour government and that Scotland is the beating heart of Labour's future.
You took us for granted and we booted yous. Rightly so. Unless you change your fucking tune, you're not going to become First Minister.
And since getting rid of the Tories last summer, we have begun the work of clearing up their mess and changing our country for the better.
But let's be honest, it's not been easy, and it was never going to be. That's why we need to be more confident in telling our Labour story. We can't expect the right-wing press to do our job for us. We can't afford to be shy about the successes we have had, or about the positive changes we are making. If we aren't going to talk about our successes, then no one else will. If we aren't going to tell our positive story, then people aren't going to hear it. So let's not be shy about our Labour story and what we have achieved in the past 15 months. Our New Deal for working people, the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. Raising wages for over 3 million British workers. Ending the scandal of fire and rehire. Scrapping exploitative zero-hour contracts and improving rights for millions of workers. That's the difference we are making to so many lives. So let's not be shy about that. We have delivered economic stability after years of Tory chaos. And you know what that means? That means that the average mortgage in our country is now £1,500 lower since Labour came to power. And the average wage in our country is now £1,800 higher since Labour came to power. So a full-time working couple with a mortgage could now be £5,000 better off. And that's thanks to this Labour government. So let's not be shy about that. We have returned the United Kingdom to the top table in the world. We've led the way in calling for peace and security across the globe. We've stood by Ukraine in their struggle against Russian aggression. We have stood with our NATO allies in the defence of our European borders. We have called for a lasting peace and an end to the illegal occupation and the release of hostages in Israel and Palestine. And we have, at the UN General Assembly, finally recognised the state of Palestine, righting a historic wrong and ending almost a century-long injustice. So let's not be shy about that.
I'm sorry, comrades. I was going to try and get through this, but I can't do it. I will read you out somewhere, and I need to go and get a nap. I've been going for nearly 5 hours. Kevin and Alina covered Keir Starmer's speech, and they didn't finish until 1:30. So I didn't actually start until about 1:45. I'm just going to oil. Let's see who I can find for us. 6 in the morning. Not sure. There is a bit more help available. I'm optimistic that might make things easier, but based on just being around that people are struggling, I'm not sure it's going to cover it. Pensioners like Marie will get the winter fuel payment back this year after the big government boost. Will that be a relief? Last year, Divine a second there.
All non-essential government services in the United States have been cut down after Republicans and Democrats in Congress failed to strike a deal on federal funding. National parks and monuments will be closed and staff will be furloughed. Essential workers like airport security staff will continue to be furloughed. Princess Anne made a surprise visit to Ukraine yesterday, highlighting diplomatic experience of children in the front line. UK's support for the country with President Volodymyr Zelensky. Authorities in Indonesia said 91 people were still in school which collapsed on today, all patients in England should be able to request GP appointments online. The service is already many. It's now a requirement for all practices. That policy has provoked a row between ministers and the medical association, ruled out but protest action is our health editor, UK. The Health Minister Stephen Kinnock visiting a GP practice to see how the online appointment system is working. Patients are able to request a phone call or a consultation. The aim is to reduce long waits on the phone during the so-called 8 a.m. scramble for appointment. He argues that the Doctors' Union had previously agreed it should be implemented across England. We're completely mystified by the BMA's position. Yes, we agreed a contract with them. That made it very clear that online bookings should be available right
Huh.
every GP practice in the country by the 1st of October. The vast majority of GP practices now do offer online booking. Currently, about 80% of practices in England use the online system, but not all make it available throughout the day. From today, all practices will be required to offer the service and keep it open from 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. on weekdays. There were 6 million online GP requests by patients in July this year, up 75% on the same month the year before. But the BMA says that potentially serious health problems could be missed by GPs and lead to patients being harmed. The union argues the system cannot distinguish adequately between urgent and non-urgent patient messages. The BMA also says safeguards have not been built into the system.
Okay. I can't seem to read out. Oh. Are we getting there?
In his party conference speech yesterday, disputed accused the BMA leadership of blocking progress in the NHS.
If we give in, forces of conservatism, 3 or 4 feet tall, we will always stand up for the interests of patients, and we won't back down.
So while GP practices in England work on implementing their online services for patients, a row between the government and the Doctors' Union on exactly what should be offered is intensifying. QFIB, BBC News.
Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds, like I done a few minutes ago.